welcome. This is the Board of County Commissioners and the Open Space and Trails Board joint meeting. That's, that has a special meeting now. That Colorado's in a different league. But we are going to address the Hunter Creek Smuggler Mountain Cooperative Plan first, and Gary Tenenbaum is here with a number of esteemed colleagues. And Gary, would you lead off and introduce everyone, please?
Sure. Thanks, everyone. We're quite excited to be here to discuss the Hunter Creek Smuggler Cooperative Plan. I'm Gary Tenenbaum. I'm Pickens County Open Space and Trails and Stewardship Manager. And I got a lot of friends up here who helped create this plan and have been really instrumental in working with us and everyone else to make this a reality. I'll let them introduce themselves.
I'm Chris Lane. I'm the CEO of ACES. How's everybody doing?
Good. I'm Jamie Cundiff. I'm the Forest Programs Director at ACES.
Scott Nelson, the District Ranger for the Aspen and Silver Districts of the White River National Forest.
Stephen Elsperman, Parks and Open Space Director, City of Aspen.
Tom Cardamon, ACES TV Ecologist.
And so we got a nice little group here of people that got together to create this cooperative plan. Basically, one of the ways that this got started was because of the leadership from the Board of County Commissioners, the Open Space and Trails Board, City Council, and the City Open Space and Trails Board on, really purchasing the remnants of Smuggler Mountain up there, and then embarking on an amazingly diverse management plan that incorporated so many different things for basically the backyard of Aspen. And I put this screen up there because this is a great little aerial view of Smuggler Mountain and Hunter Creek that's up there. I mean, this is the backyard of Aspen. When you look at that map, you don't have any lines on it or anything. We have about 260 acres of Pickens County open space and City of Aspen open space up there. And then you got the National Forest behind it. And one of the main goals of this plan was to have seamless management of this entire area, because people don't recognize boundaries. You can't really see them. They're very awkward. They're old mining claim boundaries. And so one of the greatest things for us to do for such a heavily used and such an important area for wildlife, scenery, and everything is to manage this cooperatively. And so ACES, formerly For the Forest, has really taken the reins here, and they put in motion a major planning effort. And I'm going to let Jamie talk about that planning effort, because it really was, an amazing effort that really originated with For the Forest and ACES, and the Forest Service really being, the beneficiary of this type of leadership.
So what we've been working on with this plan is really building a community collaboration through multiple levels of input. This plan has been 18 months in the making. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears has gone into it, and there's a tiered system of levels of input. And the biggest being the planning team, which consists of the Forest Service, Pickens County, City of Aspen, and ACES. And then we also formed a focus group that consisted of Aspen Skiing Company, Pickens County Emergency Services, Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers, Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association, Wilderness Workshop, Aspen Fire District, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So all those groups have been very, very heavily involved in this planning process. In addition, we've also had stakeholder communication, which have been specific levels. Like we had a stakeholder meeting focused around Smuggler Mountain Road, about fire management. We also involved the BLM and the Nature Conservancy in that. And we also have involved the public via open houses for public comment. And so we initially had the visioning phase, which came up with the needs statement for this plan. And then it led to the opportunities phase, which led to the actual completion of this plan. So the planning team explored an array of options to achieve this plan's vision, and then the focus group then evaluated those opportunities. And all those members of the focus group were involved in the entire creation of this plan. It's really a new way of doing business, as instead of all these different agencies with different goals coming together and standing in their silos, and then you're left to work with the lowest common denominator in terms of management options. So this one, people worked really hard to find common ground. And so this is a complete way of kind of looking at management, which is really exciting, and the community should really be proud of this process we've been through.
So let me show you guys the planning area. It doesn't come up great on this screen here, but I don't have my pointer with me, but on your left side you can see some lighter green, and that's most of Picken County and City of Aspen open space. And then, you know, the City of Aspen is right there. I mean, you can see it. Howie's my pointer is perfect. And so the City of Aspen's right there. So this is the backyard of Aspen. Obviously, everybody knows how popular Smuggler Mountain Road is for hiking, mountain biking, and, you know, this is just a beautiful place to go. It's a quick way up, and it's a great exercise. So the planning area, you know, we have all of that green, the light green on your left is about 250 acres, and then you see this planning area that's about 4,500 acres. This is a way to look at an area ecosystem-wide, and it's also a way to look at it trail system-wide. Is really, you know, what we wanted to focus on is more larger scale type projects. And the great thing is I'm going to let Scott talk in a little bit from the Forest Service, but, you know, the Forest Service has been really excited about this process because this is something that obviously they have a lot of other things going on in their system, so they haven't been able to truly focus on with their own resources, and we know their resources have been stretched thin lately. So, you know, that's when the community of Aspen can step up and kind of figure out what the community really wants to see from this national forest land. And so it's really exciting that we're starting to make many different recommendations. One of the main recommendations that we're making is in fire management. Fire management is a big one. This is right on the edge of the City of Aspen. This is right on the edge of significant development in Picken County. And so, you know, obviously fire management is something that we want to look at. This is the wildland-urban interface of Aspen. And so how do we work with, you know, the vegetation up there and, you know, the community right next to it to reduce and prevent some wildland-urban interface type fires that come together. And obviously recreation's a big one. In your plan, this is directly out of your plan. I mean, really, truly is you got to improve the overall system. One of the biggest things we saw out there was you have a pretty significant network of trails out there, but is that the quality of trails that people want to see? A lot of the trails are built a long time ago. They haven't been maintained in recent years, and they're not the highest of quality type trails. The great thing is working with this user groups like the Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association, working with some stakeholders that were really interested in the recreation up there, is to try to come up with a quality system. It's not about quantity of trails, it's about quality of trails. Making the trail system that we have already up there better. And that is the goal of this plan, is to work with all the partners to do that. Next up is one of the big ones is forest health and vegetation. Obviously, the county and the city have been working really hard on Smuggler Mountain open space to work on forest health and how we manage our forests up there. We have spent significant funds on our own lands to start creating more age diversity specifically up there to really try to mimic in the best way possible the natural processes that would happen. And you can't, you know, the reality up there is it's right on Aspen's border. This is not an area that we would truly allow a natural ignition to happen. It would be great to have natural process go on up here. But the reality is it's so close to Aspen. We've been working very closely with the Fire Protection District, and we know, you know, we can't come up with the perfect line of where they would let a fire go and where they won't, but we came up with an area that if we start doing some forest health and vegetation type treatments up there, you know, we can mimic fire, start reducing that fuel load, and potentially, in the future, allow some natural fire to come close. It's never going to come really close, but to allow some natural fire, and it allow natural fire to happen further out. There's no way you're going to allow natural fire to happen further out if you're not protected close to Aspen. So that's one of the big things on doing some of this forest health stuff. Wildlife habitat is a direct beneficiary of some of the forest health stuff. It is creating, a mosaic of high-quality habitats within their historic range of variability. And so, up there, one of the great things is to create wildlife habitat is to allow fire, and fire is not going to be allowed in that wildland-urban interface. So doing some projects to mimic that, to create some age diversity, and which will also create some species diversity, would really benefit the wildlife up there. Education is a huge one. What we want to do is use this as a living landscape and really help drive the education of why not only that some of the projects that we're doing are so beneficiary, but also will help understand, the real benefits of fire, the real benefits of habitat, and how forest is, especially up here, forests are always in change. And trying to teach people that is a huge thing. And protecting infrastructure is obviously always going to be a big one. There's roads, there's telecommunications, there's water resources, there's other utilities up there that we need to make sure that they're protected and everything else. And then another one that's been really kind of fun to look at is economic development, because one of the things is the backyard of Aspen. So this is a direct beneficiary. I mean, this is a recreation resource for the entire community. So when you have this huge recreation resource, it's a huge economic driver of Aspen if it's well-signed, well-managed for the future. And so, that is one of the big drivers here. Plus, some of the economic drivers would be some of the forest products potentially taken out. There's exciting new technologies going on with biochar and other things that we can look at in the future to really kind of give us a feel of, what other types of economic development, because it's quite important for a tourist-based economy to have that economic driver. So I put this last one on there. I mean, what we're really looking for today is, this today is just kind of an introduction. Hopefully you guys had time to read the plan. It's a pretty in-depth plan, but it's a kind of an introduction. What I'd like to do is to have, Chris and Scott Snelson really talk about, the process moving forward and how they, where the Forest Service and ACES really feel that the county and city are going to fit into this overall picture on this.
Okay, I'll start. What's neat about this is that instead of beating ourselves up in the NEPA process, which is our typical way of doing it, we did everything in our power to flesh out everyone's voice and let everyone be involved, and multiple trips up to Hunter Creek, and everyone getting engaged. And the tough part about that is that no one's going to get everything they want in this deal, but everyone's going to get something. And ACES has two biases I want to disclose. One is we want to see something happen. That place Hunter Creek has been impacted in positive and negative ways for over 100 years. Miners, loggers, recreationists, etc. We believe it should be managed to improve it. And our other bias is that we want to protect wildlife and forest health. So we do have priorities. But to get that done, we realize we got to get everybody together. Scott, did you want to add anything?
I mean, first off, I just kind of want to celebrate everybody sitting around this table and then the folks behind as well. This is an 18-month process with meeting after meeting, learning from one another, understanding what folks want out this landscape, and seeing where we can dovetail those things together. And again, Chris put it well. Everybody probably won't get everything that they want on every part of this chunk of ground, and yet we found those interfaces where most folks that have participated can get most of what they were looking for out of that landscape. And it's frankly as good a collaborative, and I've worked on several pretty big collaboratives in my career. This is as good a collaborative as I've seen operate. Just so you know, from my standpoint, it's pretty amazing. So I just want to acknowledge the city and county staff and the ACES staff that have really put their shoulder to the wheel on this thing to come up with what I think is an incredibly integrated program, and it's integrated on several fronts. I think that from an ecological function, we're taking a landscape that functions about at this scale, and we've taken the whole thing and looked at it, and sort of wrung out those things that where we've had impacts in the past from timber logging, recreation use and whatnot, and we're at a scale here that's going to be meaningful instead of working at small pieces. I mean, we ought to celebrate what we've already done on open space with the various treatments. We ought to be, and it really paved the way for us to have an understanding about how do you get that to scale, because the scale that we're working on just open space doesn't have the kind of functional improvements that are necessary for us to deal with climate mitigation, with water, with habitat on a scale that really affects populations. And so it's really a scale-driven, and we've talked a lot about it around this table, about the importance of scale when we're talking about making investments. Because a lot of times you can make high investments on small scales and not really get benefits other than a demonstration benefit. Until you get to this sort of scale, you're just not achieving those ecological functions. We know that with Forest Service resources, we are not providing the recreational opportunities that we can in this area. And I think even the minimum expectations of our community here, the Forest Service simply hasn't been able to keep up to a quality that we think is necessary. But collaboratively, we think we can do that. We can be a partner in this, and because we're working at a seamless scale here, I think we can expect some pretty exciting improvements in the quality of life on that hillside because we're working collaboratively. The final part, really, there are some economic opportunities here, and biochar has already been talked about, that we could be at the cutting edge of some of the technologies and scale issues where we can really start to think about how do we increase soil moisture, water quality, water quantity, wildlife habitat. We know that hunting, fishing, and people viewing our landscape is as fundamental a backbone to our economy. This is, maybe you don't feel that way, I feel that way, that we can tackle at a scale here that's going to be economically meaningful for this community. That doesn't necessarily mean expanded use, but I believe if we improve quality on our landscapes, there's going to be ripple effects to the way that folks enjoy the landscape. And finally, this community in this part of the world is not afraid to be globally significant. And the things that we are trying to do at the scale that we're trying to do them here, if we can demonstrate that we can do it cost effectively here, that has ramifications, I know, inside the Forest Service that are nationwide. And being able to do this successfully here is going to have impact. So again, get to that scale where if we're doing this Forest Service wide, we can really be in the ballgame of real, meaningful climate mitigation, real water conservation efforts that, we know we're the headwaters for 30 million people here. And the things that we can do potentially on hunter-smuggler on the scale that we're going to do them may have ramifications that are going to be global in significance. So, having said all that, I'm kind of long-winded, but this is to me where we need to be in this community, and frankly, the Forest Service needs to be when we, our standard process has frankly been the Forest Service will come up with an idea, we'll send it out to the public, and everybody will have a chance to weigh in by complaining about how terrible that idea is. We've tried to take a different tack here, and I think it's been extraordinarily successful in the whole collaborative learning model. We are engaged in this thing as we can be, and this is the model that I'd like to see, and I think Scott Fitzwilliams, I know, would like to see is our model of doing business. So, that part. Now we're ready to take the next step into going into our NEPA process. I think we've ironed out a lot of wrinkles that usually we deal with when we start the NEPA process. We've got all that, most of it done. Now, there may be some wrinkles that we see in the future that we didn't, because we serve a larger public that isn't just this community. We can't bring in the whole nation here to weigh in. But we'll go out, and I think we've taken care of most of the issues that I can foresee. So that should make NEPA, the NEPA process go relatively smooth. So the decisions that you make today, just understand, and most of you know the NEPA process, you'll have a chance to take another whack at this when we get a notice of a proposed action out there, and you'll have the regular chance to weigh in. So this is not the last check-in that you'll have if there's something in the plan that doesn't seem quite right for the community. We've done our best to put that on the plate, but there'll be another chance at that. So we're geared up to do that. I talked to Scott Fitzwilliams last evening, and I will tell you that the Forest Service is $1.5 million. This forest is $1.5 million down in funding from what we were last year. We will struggle to have the resources to move this thing very fast. And I've told the folks, even though I had hoped that we'd get it this far and we could push this last leg very quickly. We'll still try to do that, but just understand that even if we're wild about this plan, we've got that struggle. Now that can be influenced by folks in this room, but that's kind of the situation that we're in right now. So, great project, great process, as far as I'm concerned, and we'll have amazing outcomes that can be globally significant.
Cool. And then to give you guys a heads up on what the county process is we're not asking for a decision today. We're actually, we're working with the city, the Forest Service, and ACES, and we're going to have an open house on January 9th from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Rio Grande Room right next door to here. And that open house will be a way for the public at large. Hopefully they hear it on TV, or we're going to advertise and stuff. It gives the public another chance to say, hey, we have a comment, let's hear it, let's try to get some more flushed out before we actually enter NEPA. So with that, the reason why we're not asking for a decision today from you guys is let that open house happen, and then after that open house, we'll be going back to the Open Space and Trails Board for their recommendation, most likely on January 10th. And then after that, we would request some work session time to make a final pitch to the Board of County Commissioners and be able to be in more intimate setting with you guys after you get a recommendation from the Open Space and Trails Board to delve into anything you guys really want to delve into there, so we don't have to do this on a broad-based, and you have a little more time to read the plan.
Rachel?
And so, given all that, the next step eventually would be an ask for our board to support moving this plan forward into a NEPA process.
Correct.
Okay. And then is that going to be partially a process that we need to fund? Is the Forest Service fund that process, or all of the partners, or?
ACES will fund to some extent, not fully determined, into the NEPA process.
And are we, I'm just trying to think how it normally goes. Are we the proponent, or is the Forest Service the proponent of this NEPA process? Not that should be the stumbling
It's
block.
all of us.
Well, it would be all of us. If, one of the reasons why we want to get your sign in and buy off is because we want the county and the city and ACES to be a project proponent of this overall plan, because it really builds upon what we have approved in the Smuggler Mountain Plan.
Yeah. No, I think this is incredible work. I mean, and I can only applaud the time that people have put into this to bring it to us at this state. And again, it's more looking for at some point, maybe in those January meetings, the map forward. Because, again, I see it as an endorsement that we would make to submit this plan. But then the questions of how do we fund the NEPA work start to crop up. And so to the extent we have any sort of answers, then that'd be good.
ACES is willing to fund some of the projects that theoretically may occur through the NEPA process, as a result of the NEPA process.
Right.
But we're looking, we're going to stick with the collaboration.
Sure.
We're looking for everybody to partner.
And then most of those specific projects will come through during budget season. So, we don't know exactly what's going to come out of NEPA, but, if, right now we feel that ACES is going to be able to fund most of NEPA, we'll see. If they do have an ask, we'll come back at a specific time and ask for that funding. But most of the project-based stuff is going to happen through a budget process. And so you guys will have many opportunities to discuss the budget funding of any of the project. Plus, some of these projects are going to directly benefit us because we can partner on the projects that we already budgeted.
Sure.
And that's going to be the big thing.
Yeah, and again, maybe you're getting ahead of where I'm at. I realize to do anything on the Forest Service lands, you need a NEPA approval, therefore a NEPA process. But you also, when you hear NEPA, sometimes you hear of millions of dollars to get through the process. And I don't know if we have any sort of estimate or things like that before we get to projects.
That's going to be really interesting, because if this collaboration works as we hope, I'd like to do an analysis of how much money we saved by doing a faster NEPA process, because we didn't have the conflicts, the egregious appeals or lengthy appeals of that nature. So time will tell on that one, but certainly ACES has to some extent the ability to fund a portion of this NEPA process.
And much of the analysis, and that's why we went into this process the way that we did, because I think what Chris is talking about is the opportunity to save us collectively as taxpayers a good bit of change, so we can put that money into actual project work. So we've made an investment of analysis up front, so we could use that in our collaborative learning part of the process. So we all have an understanding about what the landscape looks like, what are the functional dysfunctions out in the landscape, so we have that up front. A lot of times we won't do that analysis until we get into NEPA. So time will tell whether or not the appeals process ends up being costly.
Yes, George.
The other interesting aspect of this is, in terms of the timing, is because you've got to go, and you've gone before the city council with a preliminary presentation similar to what you're doing today. So city council independently will need to approve a plan to move forward just as we would. But I just wonder in terms of how you envision that process and that timing moving forward.
Stephen's here, and he could probably answer the city side of that timing.
This collaborative process is definitely a roadshow, and so we've already been to the city council, the same team, and we've already given this same presentation to that group. Again, it was more of a presentation on the aspects of the plan that were specific to what we all come up with. I believe the city council clearly had strong faith in the process and communicated that to us. They thought that it was a good way of doing business. They also believed that the core recommendations were intact and something that they could support. They wanted to hear a little bit more from the public about some of these specific projects that have come out of this, and pending any no large surprises there, they're ready to be a proponent of that. But they wanted that one last layer of public process to understand, to make sure that there was no missing things that they hadn't heard. At the end of that process, you're right, it's kind of an interesting way of bringing everybody together then as a proponent package. But upon their approval and the BOCC, Open Space and Trails Board approval, it appears that that would be what was required to move into the next step. The timing of this is important because we believe that we've done the analysis as well as hit what we call the largest general recommendations possible, meaning that there's all the recommendations of the plan, with the exception of just a very few, are pretty non-controversial to some degree. So we think that if we can hit the timing correctly, we can begin to implement some of the tenets of the plan in the next field season. So that's kind of the process that we're on now. After this workshop that was described on January 9th, we'll have a more clear picture to make sure that is the case.
So then I wonder, I think, John Peacock, I think we have a scheduled joint meeting with City Council in February, so would that be perhaps an opportunity for us jointly to be reviewed, discuss, and perhaps move a plan forward if all the stars line up?
Yeah, that would be, I think, an opportunity to talk about that. It depends on how the process that council directed city staff to go through is. I think they want some additional public meetings on that. Is that correct?
Just this workshop that we're putting together,
Workshop.
this open house, I should say, is really what they want to see. And if there is something that comes out of that, that has a little bit more need to develop further some of the plans, they were looking for a memorandum of a report back on that. Once they get that memorandum of report, they'll provide us some direction about where to go. But the indications were that they were ready to move to the next step if there wasn't anything significant.
But I think as long as that process goes smoothly, that would probably be an opportunity.
We do have other guests here who are involved in the process and might want to comment. Are there people who would like to comment? Yes, sir. Just identify yourself and.
Stephen Hamilton, running for Governor Volunteers, Executive Director. I just want to say really quickly two things. One is that this process has been one of the first times I've really seen every player that has a little voice on public lands and all those different aspects come together and really work on a joint planning effort. And collaboration here and some of the time that we spent has really yielded some great results. And the second point from us, Work for Governor Volunteers, is the group that does a lot of the trail work in the Hunter Creek Smuggler area. And we've got some really bad trails, the plunge and some other things that will really be benefiting from hopefully some of these changes and projects. And we're really anxious to get forward on it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any other people who'd like to comment at this time? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Mike Pritchard with the Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association. I was part of this cooperative planning process. Really happy to be involved because, as the way that we look at this landscape, it is our backyard, and it does need some help. As Gary described, there is a large trail network up there, but a lot of the trails are not specific to mountain biking. So we're looking for opportunities to close a few trails, reroute a few trails. Open up a couple of new trails, possibly. I would remind everybody that being that this is the backyard, this part of the forest is all zoned for recreation use. So these are all appropriate improvements to be considering. And I just ask that the board really look closely at this and hopefully help fund these improvements. It's going to be great to see what happens these next few years. Thanks.
Thanks. Will Roush with the Wilderness Workshop. Like Mike and David, the Wilderness Workshop was part of the focus group that spent a bunch of time providing input. And I guess two main points. One, I guess I just kind of reiterate some of what Chris and Scott and Gary have said before, that we really enjoy participating in this process. We feel it's the right way to go about things. With something this big, there's bound to be some things that everybody doesn't agree on, but we're really comfortable and excited about the leadership that ACES is bringing to this. They've got an ability to listen and to adjust the plan as it goes forward, and that makes us feel really comfortable. So while there's little things that we'd like to tweak and improve, we support this process going forward.
Thank you. Yes.
Tom Cardamone. I just think it's helpful to reflect that 23 years ago the Open Space and Trails program was conceived with a real focus on preserving the natural values of Smuggler Mountain and Hunter Creek up to Van Horn Park and beyond. And that this process has been an incredible process of community building and having the county embrace it is going to be a really important aspect, and the end result that I anticipate is enhanced natural values, recreation values, and community safety values, and it's all good. So thanks for listening.
So for us, that's basically the presentation. We'll be back to give you more chance to comment and talk. If you guys have any further questions or comments, please.
Yes, Jack.
I think this is a tremendous cooperative effort and hopefully kind of a way forward how we can both protect the natural environment and do the things we need to do to preserve the ecosystem as a whole. And there are apparently elements of this that require man's intrusion into the natural environment, but in fact, I think by understanding the science and letting the science drive this, we should be able to protect that natural environment and allow man's intrusion both in the manipulation of the natural landscape as well as potential recreation, trail building, etc. But I hope throughout all of this that we understand that there are no compromises as far as the natural environment and our human, man's impacts. That to me, speaking only for myself, is the priority, is what all this is about, is what open space and trails way back when in the late 80s when it began, that was part of what this is all about. And our recreation, our friends in the recreation community are certainly important, but I hope they will at the end of the day be able to understand that though, for example, this might be zoned recreation, it doesn't mean anything goes, or there's more than balance here at stake of use. It is the natural ecosystem that we want to enhance, and I think obviously over the last century we've made a lot of mistakes relative to fire suppression and all of that, and I think this is potentially a real way forward to both protect the urban, that interface, as well as do the right thing for the natural environment. So it's a heck of a challenge, and I wish all the parties luck, including the Forest Service, getting enough beans to get this thing moving.
Yes, Rachel.
Thank you, Michael. Just two comments. One is that certainly not immediately, but as time progresses and it's the appropriate time, I think it'd be great to have some sort of prioritization of the projects. Whether it's tiers, it doesn't have to be an exact marching orders, but giving us some idea of the sequencing, that there's really no reason to do this until that has happened, or which are going to be more needed earlier on throughout the various chapters. And then secondly, I'm not sure if there has been conversations yet or not, or that should be something in the future, with some of the actual water diverters from that basin. I'd have to look at John Ely. I'm not sure if it's Aurora or Colorado Springs that get some of that Hunter Creek water, but it seems that they may potentially be funding partners for watershed maintenance and restoration. It's certain that they might have comments during the NEPA process, so the outreach to them early on could be helpful. And then certainly if there is a collaboration, at least at this time, there are potential restoration funds available in the 1177 basin funds and then through the CWCB as well. So I think that that's one of the next outreach steps so that they're aware of what we're working on.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
I have a question.
Okay, we're getting close to lunch, so.
All right. Well, this is really more of an informational question to pose to you for our upcoming public open house on January 9th. And Hawk brought it up in our meeting, the issue of hunting. How that fits into your management plans. I'm not going to take a position on it now, but it would like you to be prepared to discuss it, given that for just a very hunting is the only real access, motorized access into this area by virtue of previous agreements. So I would think you'd want to be able to respond and show how this plan includes a pre-existing activity. Some people might call it recreation, some people might call it hunting. That's up to the individual, I guess. But I would encourage you to get that in the document somehow, because I would think it's going to be raised by the hunters, if nothing else.
That's a good point, and that's why I really believe that we discussed this at the Open Space Board meeting earlier, and how we should add it into an existing condition because it'll give people a feeling of that is part of the existing conditions of that area. We're not proposing any changes to the hunting regulations in that area, but at least if you have the existing conditions, you're not proposing any changes. I think that's a thing that will make sure that.
I think it's a critical acknowledgement of what goes on up there right now, and because it predates much of the trail discussion that's driving this right now. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, Howard.
Thank you very much.
So we have lunch available, and Caitlin, we're just going to sign off for a little bit, okay? Welcome back. This is a working lunch. We'll see how that goes. And Dale, are you going to lead us in this working lunch?
Sure. Well, first, since we plowed straight into our discussion of the smuggler plan before we do anything else, I want to just acknowledge that this is our final quarterly joint meeting of 2012, and these joint meetings that we have every quarter I think are very important for making sure that the two boards understand kind of each other's thought processes on various matters pertaining to open space. So we're happy to have this opportunity to update everyone. And just quickly, before we get into the next discussion, I want to say 2012 has been a great year for us. We often take a bit of time in these last quarter meetings to do a slideshow of everything that's happened in the year, and because of having a fairly stacked agenda, we didn't do that, but certainly this year has been great with some very significant planning processes that have gotten done. Sky Mountain Park 2 years ago was just a gleam in our eyes, and
It's now 2,500 acres that has a management plan that was jointly crafted by the 3 local government jurisdictions in the Upper Valley. So we're quite pleased that got done. We acquired some very interesting pieces of property, the Lindsay property up here on the face of Smuggler, the Redstone Store property, the Smuggler Co-op plan that we just looked at is an exciting new frontier for us of efforts that we may undertake with federal agencies to have even bigger influence on our landscape. So I just want to thank the Open Space and Trails Board of Trustees and the staff and the Board of County Commissioners for another really great year with this program. Having said that, the next thing that we have to talk about is to update the Board of County Commissioners on another planning effort that we are in the midst of to determine what to do with the final link of the Rio Grande Trail. And we have some slides that we're going to toggle through, but to set the stage for this, I want to say that we're not asking for any kind of feedback on what to do at this meeting. That question is percolating, and everyone, like everything else in Aspen, everyone knows what to do, but nobody agrees. So that'll percolate for a little while. But our goal today is really just to familiarize the county commissioners with the magnitude of the question and the current status of the deliberations that we're working on, and it is our goal to come back and really hand this back to the commissioners in February of 2013. So that's when you'll really need to be thinking about your conclusions on this. But right now you have the luxury of just observing what it is that we have in process. So, really, I suppose different people would think of different times when this started, but maybe it started when in 1880, when the Rio Grande Railroad decided to try to beat the Midland into Aspen, and did so by a few months and created a railroad grade that we've now inherited, and for most of the valley has been converted into a trail. And although Pitkin County and me as an individual were both pretty adamant with RAFTA that they get their section of trail completed up until 2009, that's now done. We've got planned improvements all the way through Woody Creek that we hope to have done fairly expeditiously in 2013. And so that's bringing the attention back up to our end of the valley, and we've got about 4 miles between W/J and Stein Park where there is no paved trail in and out of Aspen. And at the retreat the Open Space Board held a year ago, we looked over our entire recreational inventory and determined that finding a solution or making a decision about what to do with that missing link was our first priority for a large project in our system. This spring we retained a consultant to design or to give us an estimate on what our basic choices would be, and Lindsay has been managing the engineer's work that then led to our public outreach process. And maybe I will just stop talking and let you drive the bus here for tell them what we've done.
Okay, we started this project with the goal of looking at how we could get a dual surface, so that means a hard and a soft surface trail connection into town from W/J Hill, where the hard surface currently stops, into the city of Aspen. It's currently around 4.2 miles that we do not have the hard surface connection. We did hire consultants, and we wanted them to look at the engineering, the site conditions, the aesthetic, as well as the safety and construction costs that would come from any different options, as well as to identify any options that we hadn't looked at. One thing before I continue forward, the slide before here had our website up there. It's pitkincounty.rgt.org. All of this information is on there, as all of the boards from any open houses, and it continues to be updated with any additional information and comments, as well as my email address is at this website, and you can send me your questions and comments directly. So we can continue on. Can you go next one? So just to kind of give everyone a quick overview of what we have going on out there. We don't have a laser pointer, but starting in the upper left-hand side of this graphic, thanks Howie, is W/J Hill. About the first, a little under 2 miles of this project cuts across the Sage Flats. For most of that section, it's pretty straightforward. There's a lot of space for us to work with in there. Once we get directly across from where the airport kind of starts, we hit the Shale Bluff section, and that's the section that's really the most difficult to construct through. It's a little over a mile's worth of shale hillside that comes down onto the trail at various times of year with different types of weather patterns. Then we hit the waterfall that everyone's very familiar with along the Rio, and continuing on into Stein Park along the Rio Grande corridor. We pass different areas of rockfall, Gold Butte in that area where there's large boulder rock area that hangs kind of over the trail, connecting into Stein Park. Something that's also part of this project is the Stein Bridge. There's some requirements for that to be upgraded, the abutments specifically. And then just looking at the greater project area directly across the river from the existing Rio Grande Trail is the ABC Burlingame North 40, a large population center across the river. So you can go to the next one. So what we worked with the consultants on started as originally 4 different options. We eventually split 3 into 3A and 3B. Option 1 is looking at just improving the existing soft surface trail. There's a lot of different rock features that come down onto the trail, different areas where we have really poor drainage, and the trail unravels off the hillside. So option 1 is just looking at what we would need to do to improve the existing soft surface, and that one's a little over $700,000. Option 2 looks at adding climbing lanes to McLean Flats Road, and the goal of option 2 is adding a bike lane on the shoulder of McLean Flats on either end, so the cyclists would have space when they're going uphill and they're going slower than traffic, and on the flat portions and on the downhill they can assume the lane of traffic when they're going the speeds of the vehicles. Option 2 does encompass anything that was proposed in option 1, so that is the sustainable surface upgrades, and that's around $4.8 million. Option 3A is around $22 million, and that one is looking at having the dual surface, so the hard and the soft surface, following the existing Rio Grande Trail alignment. There are a lot of space constraints in there, and so that is why we see the price tag we do. We decided to go back and revisit option 3 and look at what it would take just to get everything where we could get it, but in the situations where there were space constraints, we're reducing down to just the hard surface trail. So that option 3B does follow the existing Rio alignment, but keeping in mind there are sections where we would lose soft surface, and that is $6.1 million currently. Something else to understand about 3B and 4 is that the estimates have been revised since the public process that was done in August and September due to different issues that came up through the public process. Option 4 is looking at having a dual surface, so the hard and the soft surface, up to where the shale bluffs come down onto the Rio. And then at that location is where we had proposed having a bridge over the Roaring Fork River, and we would bring the hard surface into town, connecting into the city's trail systems on the other side of the ABC area. The soft surface would continue on the existing trail platform with the upgrades proposed for that 2-mile section that were part of option 1. We started this public process at the end of July. We did 2 months of public process from around July 20th to September 20th. As part of that, we had 3 different open houses. We met with every user group possible and community group who would listen. We had ads in the newspapers, inserts in both papers. We do continue to have the website up with all of the information and the displays in the first floor of the county building with the different boards providing all the information. We've ran PSAs. One thing that's been really helpful, we've received a lot of great feedback on, is the movie. And the movie's been running on CGTV, and it's also available on the website at any point. There's been signs on the Rio with card to take home with the website, and there's currently signs in the Rio identifying the potential location for the bridge, identified in option 4. We did have another open house this past month in November. It was very well attended at the CMC at the ABC. And so we continue to collect public feedback, so make sure if anyone has any comments that they can always email them in, let us know what you're thinking. We have attempted to have different site tours. We've had to cancel them because of weather and lack of attendance, but again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to contact us. I think the next slide is just a quick summary of what we've been hearing back so far. The survey, there were 3 different questions on the survey we've been providing. And the main question, of course, everyone wants to know is the second question, and it directly asks, of the options presented in the Rio Grande Trail Connection Engineering Feasibility Study, which do you think would best serve our community? You can kind of see the breakdown. Option 1, we've heard back 39 votes for. Option 2, 47. Option 3A, 54. Option 3B, 80. And option 4, 86. There's also an other category on the survey, and that gives people the opportunity to provide any comment regarding different combinations of options or maybe different priorities of options. And so what we've been doing is adding those back into these totals, so that's how we get these totals. We have heard back specifically from a few different user groups. The Roaring Fork Course Council would prefer to have a fully separated soft surface, which we'd accomplish in options 1 or 2. The Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association has proposed an option a 4B, which is a combination of 4 and 3B. So the idea would be having the hard surface on the existing Rio as well as the bridge across to connect through the ABC. And the Nordic Council proposed that they would support option 4 with improved soft surface. So the idea that the 2 miles into town would receive additional maintenance so that the surface would be compacted more often.
Lindsay,
Yeah.
can you just tell us how that survey was conducted?
We had the online survey, so it was through SurveyMonkey, open for 2 months. We did close it because that is what we told the public, but we have still been providing the hard copy to fill out at the open houses we had since then, or if anyone emails me requested, I'll send them the hard copy.
Was it broadcast to people, or was it just on the website for people to go there?
It was just advertised to go there, and then I would provide hard copy if requested.
So it was advertised in the local papers.
Right.
And does it limit not PO addresses, IP addresses? Can someone fill it out 10 times?
It does not, but we can go in there and check on that if there were ever concerns about someone stuffing the ballot box. But it doesn't cancel you out necessarily. But yeah, and that's been advertised through all the advertising we've been doing.
So, where are we in our deliberations? The staff brought a summary of all this that had happened up until around the 1st of November to the Open Space Board. Staff made a recommendation at that time in favor of option 4. The Open Space Board has wanted to take more time deliberating on this. We did a site visit just with the board that was quite helpful and generated a front page story. We got Aspen Parks officials also to go down there with us on that day. After that, we've had the open house, and frankly, the Open Space Board has not had an opportunity to deliberate amongst itself since those 2 events, because we had a retreat at our first meeting date of this year, and we're having this meeting on the second one. So we essentially have put off our detailed deliberations now to January 10th. It's our goal of using the 2 meetings in January to come up with a recommendation. Now, there's some thought from one or more trustees that maybe there are options we haven't looked at that would change the nature of this thing. So I say it's our goal to finish our deliberations in January, but there's no black letter requirement that we do that. However, if we stick with that timeline, we will be delivering a recommendation to the commissioners in February. This February 11th date we have up here is actually a mistake. I think your meeting is on the 12th.
Yeah.
Is that right? But that would be the commissioner's first opportunity to really sink your teeth into this and start asking us questions and sorting through where your preferences might be. We're hoping the commissioners can wrap their minds around this process and come back with a recommendation really for February and early March. We have a joint meeting. Again, our first quarter 2013 meeting will be on March 19th. And staff is hoping we'll have some direction by then. The reason that we're trying to push forward to a decision fairly efficiently is that we've learned that GOCO will have a large grant for trails available in 2014 in order to position ourselves to secure a good amount of funding there. We have some engineering work we need to do, and whether it's one of the options that we've toggled through or a different option entirely, nevertheless, we're going to need some time to authorize the engineering to be done. That engineering is not going to be inexpensive. We're looking at an estimate of a few $100,000 for the engineering work that then feeds into our fundraising for the project. So once we've reached the point of committing ourselves down that path of engineering, we're hoping we don't have any changes of course. And we want to try to get on the train with GOCO when they leave the station approximately a year from today's date. So that's the reason we're kind of pushing, and that's also the reason that we're walking a fine line today between just letting you know we're working on it, but giving you some details so that any commissioners who want to learn more about this before February, please contact me or Lindsay, and we're happy to spend the time to go over all the details so that we can front load our preparation for making a decision as much as possible.
Questions? Holly and Rachel and George?
No, I'll defer mine.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you for the work on this, and I understand the outline of the timeline going forward, so not that this is critical, but I was just surprised to see the price difference between 3B and 4 is roughly $200,000, and maybe less, $100,000, and the one includes a bridge and the other doesn't. Is that?
And the difference is there's a mile long of extremely difficult construction with 3B. So in a sense, a way to look at that is that the bridge and that mile-long shale bluff are essentially the same financial problem.
Okay. Will we, at the next time, perhaps get a breakdown of the various cost components of the alternatives? And I would say I appreciate the Open Space and Trails Board's desire to look at, is there something that kind of comes in between or different than the current options based on that. I also think that it'd be important in future deliberations to think about which ones are scalable or upgradable at some point in the future, so that some preclude other options, but some could be this initial investment and then as needed or when needed can be upgraded. Thank you.
George?
Similar to Rachel's questions or comments, and I almost see again an option 3C. I'm sure there's lots of different options, and it's never ending. And I understand that, but to the point that given these cost slight cost differentials between 3B and 4, 3B you're assuming that it's going to take a lot of engineering and support systems, perhaps. But if you took those systems out and just did a simple, either hard or soft surface without any retaining supports or guardrails or whatever, would that substantially reduce this price so we have a little better perspective in terms of those differences?
The option 3B originally, I think we ended up adding a little over, it was like 1.3 or 1.5 million because of the railing issue. Staff was concerned, and we received a lot of comments back and from our rangers that if we pave through there, and again this is looking at the section that's the shale bluffs, where It's a very narrow platform and very steep hillsides on either edge of it, that we would need to add a railing through there. So that is where that additional cost came from. So if we drop that out, it's about, I would say it's 1.3 million less.
Yes, Alex. My question is to the Board of County Commissioners. When was the last time any of you were down along the Rio Grande?
This fall.
This fall?
I'm sorry,
Last time you were down along the Rio Grande?
last year.
Which portion?
This portion.
Well, the portion that we're talking about, particularly through the Shale Bluffs area. You don't have to answer it per se to a day. All I'm getting at, it's invaluable to go down and walk it and see it again, and you'll be able to process comments that people will make to you. Because one of the things we've learned in this whole outreach process, there's a lot of opinions and a lot of good advice that's coming out from the public, and it's great that we're getting it. It's also part of the challenge is filtering it down so we can try to accomplish as much as we can the objectives of a hard and soft surface within a reasonable budget. So the more you know about it, between now and familiarize yourself with it between now and when we present our some recommendations after we've discussed, I think that would be a more beneficial decision process on our part. We've given a lot of thought, and I hope everybody realizes that as commissioners that we're going to try to stick to this decision timeline, given some of the reasons that Dale has mentioned, and in prep to that, because there are a lot of nuances in this. Subject to George's, your question is a perfect one. Why can't you do this, or what about this? The board is going to be able to do some homework with Lindsay as much as possible to kind of go through some of these nuances. We have individual study halls, if you will, between now and our January 10th meeting. And I would encourage you as a board to do the same thing, because it'll make the process go a lot better when we get to our joint discussions in February, that we're all kind of very current where we to facts and non-facts and big picture, little picture issues. So because we see this is going to take up a lot of time and money of our county budget, open space budget in 2013 and 14. Oh, yes, sir.
One of the points that I'd like to stress is that the schedule is driven by a GOCO grant cycle, large GOCO grant cycle that we're really trying to manage to have the engineering in hand and to be fully prepared and ready to go after a very substantial helping grant, and so that these numbers would be total project numbers, but not necessarily Pitkin County out-of-pocket numbers, and that's the way we like to do business, and we've been very successful at that in the past, but we got to get our ducks in a row ahead of time for that.
Jim, and with GOCO, ducks in a row mean a fully engineered application for support, which is what, if it takes 6 months to do the engineering, means by the spring sometime, like this list of proposed dates, having the ability to pick a hybrid or one of these 5 is the only way to have all that finished by January of 2013, which is when, if this large grant cycle happens, they would solicit applications, as I understand it.
You meant 2014.
14, yeah, 14. Thank you, Howie. And on Howie's point, when we did our tour, we had the benefit of both city and county staff with us, and I can't emphasize enough how valuable that was. So what I would urge, if anyone has the time and the inclination, is if you go down and spend an hour or two in that mile and a half area, go with one of the staff, as we were able to do. We also are going to do some of that in the first week in January, right here in this building, where all the stuff is in this hallway. We're going to have some open space, and you're welcome to be part of it. kind of information exchanges before we get back into a formal meeting on January 10th. So it made a huge difference for each of us.
Rob?
Just a couple of questions and thoughts. One, I'd really like to know what our anticipated breakdown is going to be with GOCO grants. Are we looking 50-50 match? Are we looking, I mean, obviously that's a hard thing to anticipate, but I think, as soon as possible moving forward with the various direction, it'd be nice to know what percentage of the funds are going to be funds allocated from these two boards as opposed to accessible through GOCO grants. I know that might be a hard one to answer. The other one is, are we doing the proper outreach? I mean, user groups, bike groups, I've heard a lot of different opinions from a lot of different people on the articles in the paper of, keep it the same, change it, I want this, road bikers are up on McLean Flats, we're going, up to the Bells or something else. I use that soft section a lot when someone's in town that just wants to take a walk, and I go park down at that park and walk down there. And it's kind of nice not to have bikes zipping by when I'm with my mom, who's 65 years old, and just kind of wants to take a quiet walk by a river. And I'm just saying, I think we really need to consider, are we doing the proper public outreach for this to determine what the overall best use is for this trail before we, pave it for a different type of use than it's currently being used for right now. And I'm not really sure what that outreach time frame is and how that outreach can happen in an effective way. And in conjunction with that, I'd like to see some current usage numbers, if we have them, if we've put a bike, the thing that can read a counter for things. Obviously, people, you're not getting that, but it'd be nice to almost have someone down there, during a summer, and with this GOCO grant thing, it doesn't sound like we have time for this. Or maybe it was done, taking, surveys and having numbers of how many people refused to take the survey, how many people did take the survey, were they walking, were they biking, what sort of bike were they on, those sorts of things. I think it's really valuable information before we start throwing a direction towards these types of numbers, whether it's GOCO money or our money. It's still taxpayer money from one source or another. But I think it's things that need to be considered.
GOCO is gambler money.
Gambler money. It's,
Does the county have excuse me? Does the county have a definition of proper public outreach?
That's a great question. Had that definition, but Rob, I'd love to sit down with you and go through in detail what the outreach has consisted of to date and see if you can see anything we've missed. We, as Lindsay said, we've tried to. We have contacted the organized entities that represent those user groups and done other things, but instead of taking the time right now, we could go through it all and you could see if we've missed anything. In terms of the numbers, we have a trail counter. Gary's still here. I think we're thinking July of this year we were seeing 600 people a day in there, and frankly that's one of our concerns, is that we've got a trail that is already getting towards its capacity, and one of the reasons that the staff was recommending going around this with the hard trail with the bridge was precisely not to add more congestion to that gorge. But that will be a trade-off issue I think you'll have to consider.
Okay.
Yeah, before us today we have three considerations: natural environment and landscape, which is one, the user experience, and the finances. When I look at this now, purely from my perspective, like you all, we've had tons of feedback. whether people are users or readers of the newspaper, because the papers have, part of your outreach, certainly. We've gotten feedback. Last time I was there, Howie, was last spring, late spring. It was so warm, we were already out in shorts in April. And as we all know, the canyon is a very special place. It's physically constrained. It's its own habitat relative to what it is with, the steep banks, the shale, that piece of ecosystem. So when I look at this, I'm clearly for option one, with maybe an expansion of some pavement on the ends, as it were. I think the bridge is most detrimental because we will essentially, if you're worried about congestion, you'll input a whole another segment of population, an important segment, but with easy access from AABC. And that's a problem. You want to talk about congestion, we will have congestion. And it's not like AABC will be a general public access, but more specific to that, that planning area, because it won't be additional parking, the general public can't go there, et cetera, et cetera. So I really, it makes some sense, and I understand the arguments going back to when I began as a commissioner. Woody Creek Caucus put me on the line as a candidate saying, will you support a paved trail or keeping it the trail that we have now? Well, certainly then I was for the the more natural trail, the non-hard surface is what I'm trying to say. I can see maybe a little adjustment in pavement, but that's, I'm sorry, I think we can undermine the program by doing all this construction, spending all this money, and I think you've done a great job with outreach. Every time I opened my eyes, there was something or another, one piece in the paper or etc. We must be careful what we do here because we can ruin the very thing that we value. And so, consistent with where pain in the butt Hatfield is all the time, let's make sure we preserve that natural experience the best possible way. And I don't think we have to we'd never spend $22 million, I hope anyway, but even the 6 is a lot of money. So I leave it up to you all to do the right thing over time in the process.
Thanks, Jack. Hawk, and then Dale.
The concept of carrying capacity on these trails came up, and during our retreat we had a wonderful presentation. The Denver Water Board had a study that I think we were the first people to see the presentation on it for the Summit County trails around the lake over there. And in particular, you'll see this come back to you in the form of the special uses, these special events type of things. And the numbers were really quite interesting. And when you see that question of quality of trail experience and then the mixture of walking and biking, it was fascinating.
Thank you. Is there any access that we can have to that?
Sure. I'm certain.
Yes. Sure. Okay. Howie, now we do have scheduled to end at 12:45, and we're going to take a 15-minute break, but we can work through that break. And then at 1 o'clock we have the CPW come and talk about elk, which actually might be interesting for Open Space and Trails to listen to. So if you have the time, that'd be great. But
it's kind of a wrap-up comment, and I don't want to overstate this, but what's clear to me is that we're really talking about the bike entrance to Aspen, using it, and which is we really have an opportunity to create a first-rate experience. And I think that's incumbent upon it, and I think the community gets that, so I think that's not going to be lost in our discussion. The bike entrance, both efficiency and experientially, so that we've got those objectives and trying to come up with the best solution. Maybe on a phase basis, we don't know how that is. But Jack, once you become citizen Hatfield, I encourage you to give us your input.
Thanks for the offer.
Dale, did you have a comment?
Well, on the notion of preservation, that was a great segue to the last thing that I was asked to talk about today, which is eminent. If we can conclude that we've got a timeline for a decision on this one, and we're hard at work. Yes?
Yeah, I think you just have to come up with a definition of proper public
Scoping.
So we really don't have one, and it's interesting because we had enormous amounts of public input for our airport master plan, and I think some people felt that 2 years of it still wasn't enough. So at some point we are going to be challenged to have a definition of what that is, and allow people to know what that is, so they react in a time that's timely and sufficient. So there's been a lot. Whether it's proper, I have no idea.
Okay. Well, we look forward to continuing to work on this, and this is probably the single most important capital improvement scoping that open space is yet undertaken, so we want to get it right. The last thing that I was asked to talk about is just the status of things down at the Emma Town site, and I don't think I have a graphic queued up, but fortunately I've got this wonderful photograph that hangs in the front of the room now, and I'm happy to announce that we have finished with the restoration of the shell of the last of 3 buildings that were in danger of falling down on the date that Pitkin County acquired the old Emma Town site. I included in your packet a letter that Jim Markalunas had sent to the Aspen Times at the time that he thought these buildings were all coming down. And I just want to read a couple sentences of it. The artifacts, relics, and ruins of our mining and ranching years, the proud and stately public buildings, the gracious homes, or the humble cottages of yesteryear, all serve to remind us of our unique heritage. If the remnants of our past are not preserved, if we do not honor our past by its preservation, then where will the generations to come learn of our struggles, trials, triumphs, failures, and success? So, Jim wrote that thinking that those buildings were coming down at the letter he wrote is published now in his book, Recollections of Aspen, and the postscript to the letter is that turns out those buildings were saved, and the very last one was saved just last month through the great efforts of Gary Tenenbaum and Susanna Reed, the State Historic Fund. Most of the funds for that did come from actually gambling proceeds at Blackhawk and Central City through the State Historic Fund. So we're quite happy that at least on that phase of this, the mission is accomplished, and that prompts a lot of questions about where we're going to go now. At the Open Space Board retreat, we went through our entire inventory of unfinished business in the open space program. It took a half a day to just go through the list, and I won't even start in on it now, except to say that the direction from the Open Space Board is that 2013 will be the year that we undertake a process similar to the one that we're looking at here, and with recognition of what Michael said, we don't really have a great set of standards for determining the adequacy of process, but we're going to undertake one nevertheless to think about what the next purpose of those buildings will be. I don't know how long that process will take or what it will reveal, but that is next on our list. So that brings us to what is a fairly small management issue, but one that was of concern to the commissioners, I understand, at an open discussion recently. And that is that in the process of restoring the 2 big store buildings, we learned that significant damage is being done to this facade here that's illustrated in this photograph on the wall. Significant damage is done to it every year by mag chloride slop that is heaped on it at high speed by passing CDOT plows. And to some extent, this is just an unfortunate reality due to the proximity that the highway was put to the buildings. The building was there first, but it didn't get to choose about the highway. So what we have to do is somehow protect the front of that building during the winter. Gary had contacted CDOT and gone through some initial analysis of some options ranging from installing chain link fence on the top of the Jersey barriers that would catch some percentage of this stuff, to looking at removable curtains. Apparently there's some of those that are on I-70 in Vail. And because none of the fixes with CDOT's partnership were things that we thought we could achieve in any kind of a time frame, for the last couple of years we had installed some plywood on the front of that building. The plywood is awkward to deal with because it takes several staff people to go down there and put it up and take it down. So this year our new maintenance supervisor thought if he had a couple of poles there, he could just hang a curtain, which is essentially what's down there now, but the aesthetics of it are dubious, and I understand the commissioners have some feelings about that. So I don't know if we want to talk about it now or whether we want to come back.
Yes, George?
Well, I brought it up because obviously I see it every day, multiple times, and as you said, we've invested a substantial amount of dollars and time and resources to preserve and protect this great historic site, which is an entrance, first thing you see when you enter Pickens County. And so I understand sort of the challenges that you have in terms of how do we deal with the CDOTs with the snowplow removals, but at some point I think we need to come up with a better way to try to protect this. The plywood had some problems with the staff time, and also perhaps it may have discouraged tagging, which we saw happen. But this tarp, it's basically, it's not a curtain, it's just like the tarp that you would throw out over your car or something. It just looks kind of shabby. And as a temporary system, great, but I think Open Space Board needs to look at a solution if we're not going to be able to come up with something with CDOT. Hopefully we can, but something that's going to protect the building, but also allow the integrity of it to stand through it. And right now, sort of tarp flapping in the wind really doesn't do much.
Yes, Dale.
What I would propose is that in our planning process in 2013, that's an item that must be addressed. And it may well take a partnership with CDOT, because their right-of-way comes very close to the building, and they have their Jersey barriers, and maybe those Jersey barriers are the best place to put something that's not actually on the building itself.
Yes, Dale.
Yeah, Dale, I mean, I think we're all sensitive to what George has brought up. It doesn't seem unreasonable that we could use a very heavy gauge visqueen to accomplish the same thing, and it wouldn't look like somebody put a old canvas camping tarp just to hang there. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So, you know, I don't know if you have to wait for a planning process to get that far as a temporary piece. Might consider what I just said.
Rachel?
Yeah, good luck with finding new solutions. It is a challenge. But I have wondered, is there any sort of brick sealant that might be appropriate, that might have to be reapplied periodically? And again, we don't have to answer it now. It looks like you've already been through some of those exercises. And the other thought is, although they'd be replaced and fairly wasted from the mag chloride, of something like hay bales, and how high up would hay bales have to go to actually catch that slop, but at least it has a rural feel to it as opposed to a tarp.
Okay, so we have a problem. We need to solve it.
Do you want to involve the Emma Caucus to come up with a solution?
Well, I don't think they really have the expertise or the resources. I mean, it's pretty much a technical sort of solution. I think, as Dale said, Vail has some ideas. CDOT must have some other ideas. I think we need to explore them.
Speed bumps. Highway 82. Yeah. Slow those plows down.
Are there transparent materials that Vail uses on Jersey barriers or near Jersey barriers?
Well, I mean, we looked at all of this stuff with CDOT, and what CDOT would like, basically what they provide is, you see them all along the highways, those chain link fence that basically block a lot of the snow and let some of it through. And so we challenged them to come up with different ones, and they've said, this is what we have in our engineering world, and you guys come up with a new one. And so we started to look at all the different options, doing a plastic see-through thing. The problem is, if you have a full barrier on there, you have to find a different way to support it than in the Jersey barrier. The Jersey barrier can't take the entire snow load of the plows without, breaking. So you have to create micro piles or something.
Yeah.
Biggest problem is we have the Emma Trail there that's between the building and the Jersey barrier. So what we were getting into is how that technical deal of having to anchor something between the two buildings without taking up too much trail room that would do the protection of the building. We really just did the temporary stuff just to give us time to then get on to a permanent solution, because it's very difficult. It's not just the salt, because there are solutions to that. It's really the hitting of the building too. And so it's both of those things that need to be taken care of. And until you have kind of a use for that building, or what is going to be used, is the type of barrier you want to put up. Because if you're going to have somebody right in there and it's going to be used, you want more of a full block of everything than partial blocks and stuff. And so Vail, if you go by on I-70, they protect their ski trail with it's kind of a canvas. They paint it. It's a painted canvas thing that actually has a design on it. So it's a pretty cool thing. Could that be used there? We looked at it. It would take a lot of support to get that in there. So we're going to come up with it. It's just going to be an engineering exercise and try to figure it out. But it'd be good to when we go through the full planning.
Stay tuned for that one.
Okay, we've used our break time. I don't see Wildlife and Parks here, but they're here. So I think we need to adjourn this joint session. It's been very fruitful. So, motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody,
Great year.
Settled by your comment. I've got her date by 3.5 years.
I think she's right. I thought about that.
Yeah, she's supposed to be 70 now.
You're really crazy, dude.
But she also is a flatlander, and
Welcome. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session for December 18th, 2012. It's about 1 o'clock, and we have some distinguished guests from the Colorado Parks and Wildlife who are going to talk to us about the various elk herds in the Roaring Fork Valley. Kevin, do you want to introduce your colleagues to us, please?
Sure. Julie Miles is our terrestrial biologist for Area 8, and our area goes from Vail, obviously, to Glen, Glow, to Aspen. So she's our terrestrial biologist. She'll be doing the presentation today, and we're all here to help with any questions. Matt Yamashita is our DWM, the frying pan, the salt district.
DWM is?
District Wildlife Manager.
Okay.
And John Groves, I think a lot of people know John. John has the Crystal Valley and that portion of the area, so take us with that.
And Kevin, what's your title?
What's my title? The Old Wise Man.
Okay.
District Wildlife Manager for Aspen.
And Kevin Wright is your full name, is that right? District Wildlife Management for Aspen. Okay, thank you. Dr. Mao, do you want to proceed?
I'm not.
It says doctor here.
Oh, really? All right, I'll take that.
Okay.
We're never going to let this down now, Michael.
That was the easiest PhD. Okay, so we're going to be going over some elk herd management plans that are currently being updated right now. The two herds that overlap Picken County are E15, the avalanche herd, and E16, the Wellington herd.
Michael, can we turn off one of the lights behind you? Or?
Sure.
So these herd management plans are supposed to be updated every 10 years. The last one that was done for these herds was done in 1988, so it's long overdue for an update. The reason why there was a delay was because when the last round of updates was going on, that was when chronic wasting disease started popping up in the state, so everything kind of got put on hold. And now we're just getting to the point where we're revising these plans again. But overall, the plans are meant to provide us with objectives that are both biologically achievable as well as socially and politically acceptable. And the main components of the plans are to establish our objectives. These are the population objective range as well as the sex ratio range. In both of these herds, bull harvest is unlimited or over the counter, and so we don't actually manage for a specific sex ratio. So in the new plans that are going to be coming out, we just report on an expected sex ratio range based on past herd performance. But we are establishing a new population objective range, and population size is generally managed through harvest of female elk. And so these objectives drive our management decisions on license quotas and seasons. The two herds that we'll be discussing are E15 or avalanche, which is shown in green. And although it's called the avalanche herd, it extends all the way from Glenwood to Independence Pass and includes the Crystal River Valley as well. E16 or the frying pan herd includes the other side of the frying pan river and actually all the way over to the Eagle River and I-70 up to Vail Pass and then down the divide.
Julie, are these separated into two different herds because of Highway 82?
In theory, there's no interchange, or the interchange is balanced. Like if there's animals that move across 82 or the Roaring Fork, that they're the equal number that move the other direction. Some of it is just sort of sort of an administrative definition so that we can define like large chunks of areas to model populations and so forth. So the Avalanche Creek herd is about 2,200 square kilometers in area. 3/4 of the land is public land and 1/4 is private. About 40% is in the wilderness, and of the private land, 16% is held under conservation easements. Winter range, which is shown in blue on the map, light blue, is about 1/4 of the overall range, and about half of winter range is public land, about half private. So for this herd, winter range is definitely limiting in terms of area. The E16 or frying pan herd covers about 3,500 square kilometers of area. About 80% of the land is public land, 20% private. About 8% of that private land is held under conservation easements, and 21% of the overall land area is included in wilderness. And here again is a winter range map for E16. Winter range is about 1/3 of the overall herd area, and a little bit under 2/3 of winter range is public lands. Just an overall summary of harvest management for both of these herds is that both are managed for a balance of hunting opportunity and hunt quality. As I said before, bull harvest is unlimited for second and third rifle seasons, and there's been a 4-point antler restriction in place since 1986.
Is that a minimum? Is that what you're saying?
The 4-point restriction?
Yes.
Yeah, that you have to, you can't harvest anything smaller than that, and that was put into place to prevent spikes from being over-harvested.
It's basically a 2.5-year-old bull, so you're getting more branch antler bulls in the population, which sportsmen desire more. So that's what that's for.
Rachel?
Yeah, briefly, I don't understand what second and third rifle means. Does that mean one individual can get a second and third tag?
No, the seasons are divided into different time periods. The second and third rifle seasons are where most of the harvest comes out of.
Okay, so that's just for those seasons. It's not...
2 of the 4 seasons.
Great, thank you.
And so during those 2 seasons, anybody can purchase a bull license.
And then the other seasons, it's more of the traditional lottery, of points lottery approach.
And all cow tags are also done through the draw.
Thank you.
Both of these populations, as I'll show you in the following graphs, have been over the objectives that were set, the population objectives that were set in 1988. And so generally we've had liberal cow license quotas in order to try to achieve the adequate harvest. So both of these herds face a lot of similar issues. The human population in the county, in this county as well as other counties, have increased dramatically over the past couple decades. For example, in Pitkin County, based on the U.S. Census Bureau, the population has increased about 35%. Nearby Garfield County has almost doubled, and Eagle County has more than doubled in the past 2 decades. A lot of people have moved here because of, for example, the ski industry and abundant recreational opportunities, but that has also become a major issue for elk and other wildlife. So recreation pressure on the landscape has increased from what used to be more seasonal into basically year-round impacts on animals. For example, there was a study done in Beaver Creek and Vale where they experimentally applied basically like hiking pressure. So one group of elk they used as a control group. The other group they experimentally had people go and walk in on them. And what they found was that calf-cow ratio declined in the disturbed group. And then in subsequent years, they removed that disturbance and measured both of those areas and found that the calf-cow ratio came back up. So there is a definite impact of human disturbance on calf recruitment. There's been other studies as well that have shown that both motorized recreation, people on horseback, people hiking, skiing, all have impacts on wildlife where the animals end up having to make a choice between fleeing the area and using up energy, which is critical during the winter time, or staying put and potentially experiencing more stress. Or from the animal's perspective, they don't know if people are going to end up acting as predators upon them. So the amount of stress and amount of time that they have to spend fleeing all takes away from the amount of time that they could be foraging. So another major issue has been land development, especially on winter ranges. So a lot of areas that used to function as winter range have now been developed into housing. And so that's ended up causing both direct habitat loss as well as habitat fragmentation. And the impacts are not only on winter range, but as well at slightly higher elevations on transitional ranges. In terms of habitat, as I mentioned, their winter ranges are limited. Elk are forced down to lower elevations in the wintertime because of snowpack, and then a lot of these areas have been either developed or have a lot of intense recreation pressure. And of the existing remaining habitat, range condition is also poor in many areas due to fire suppression primarily. Especially as people have built up to the boundaries of public land, then it's become harder and harder to be able to carry out prescribed burns because of fears of damage to public or private property. In other areas, pinyon juniper has encroached upon shrublands, and so I don't know if it has been done around here as far as like PJ removals and stuff.
We've done some pinyon juniper removal, like down in our Christine State Wildlife area at Basalt. We've gone in where the pinyon juniper's coming into the sagebrush stands and gone in and chainsawed out the pinyon juniper and to help favor the sagebrush. So we've done quite a bit of habitat work, and we've talked a lot about it before in past meetings with you guys about our range conditions. And that one photo up there, kind of the lower mid right hand side, you can see, that's real typical of some of the browse we have. It's just totally clubbed. There's not a lot of good leader growth on it. And this is what these things are, animals are having to trying to survive under in the wintertime. So habitat range conditions are just extremely poor in this valley.
Then another factor is potentially predation. predator populations, specifically bears, lions, and coyotes, have probably increased over the past few decades due to the ban of poisons, as well as reduction in sheep herding. And so there's potential that more numerically that if there are more predators out on the landscape, there could be an impact on prey populations. However, it's important to note that the effect of predation on prey populations is complex, and so it can depend on things like what other prey species are out there, what other predator species are out there, as well as how close the prey population is to its carrying capacity. So, for example, predation upon a herd that is close to its carrying capacity is probably going to have less of an impact, because those animals, they didn't die of predation, would probably have died of winter kill or disease or something like that. Herds that are at more of a middle range density, if you then add a bunch of predators on top of the prey population, then it could have an impact. We don't really know. We haven't measured this in these herds, so we don't know the exact impacts.
Let me ask you, how do bears predate on an elk herd?
Bears will take neonatal calves. Once they can, basically they're opportunistic foragers, so if they come upon a calf, then they will kill it and eat it. But the calves are probably only vulnerable for the first couple weeks. And after that point, they're too fast for bears. Elsewhere, where there have been calf studies where they've looked at cause of mortality on neonatal calves, bears have been a major cause of death for calves. But as far as when you look at it on the year-round scale, it's more complex than just the bear killing. If the calf hadn't been killed and then the population was close to its carrying capacity, then by the time the calf got to winter range, it may not have had enough. So, I think I referred to this in the plan where I discussed compensatory and additive mortality. So that's basically along those lines.
So it's a hard thing to measure, Michael. It's we had the bear study going on here in Aspen for 5-6 years, and it did a lot of backtracking, and definitely the second half of the study focused on more urban interface versus the urban. And so they did, can't remember how many points Dave said they had, but they didn't document one instance of a bear predating on elk or deer. There was a landowner that did say, well, he thinks that bear got a calf. But but that's just the bears that we had that were radio collars, but it should be a fairly representative sample. And, so I'm not sure how much bear predation has a play up here. They both use the same areas in the spring, the aspen stands and things like that, so it's very possible. It's just that we weren't able to document it in those years of bear study.
Yeah, my feeling was that, my thoughts were that mostly garbage cans were in danger from bears, and not calves, but...
Yeah, it's in good natural food years, though. We don't have the issue with the trash as much, and they're focused on that as much.
We haven't had many of those.
I don't know. That bear study went through good years and bad years as far as forage goes, and we just weren't able to really document a lot of that. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
We know lions and stuff like Matt has down by Elder Bell there. Then I'm sure they're hitting the deer pretty hard there. So it definitely could be an issue. But is it a major issue, additive or compensatory? We can't tell you for sure.
Probably relative to the other issues, like recreation and habitat loss, are probably a lot bigger issues than predation. Did you have a question?
I was going to ask, it may be too early, but what about drought impacts to overall range and habitat? I've heard that without the tall grasses, there's not as much place for the very young calves to hide when it's season's first starting, but I'm sure the effects of just not having good forage might be more significant. And is that something you'll be able to take a multi-year look at? We're all hoping it's not that type of year this year. But
That's definitely a good question, but we haven't really looked at that yet.
We don't have any studies going for that. You talk to the fire guys, from the fire departments, and they'll tell you what the moisture content is of the trees and the shrubs, and it's bad.
Yeah.
It's going to take a long time for that to come back, and it definitely has an impact out there, I think. I think this year we saw an impact from change of distribution of where animals normally were to where they were this year, and it changed. And I mean, this last hunting season was rough too. I mean, guys weren't getting into the elk like they used to, and I think it's all because they changed their distribution. They had to be around water. They had to find water. And when you flew over the range in the summertime with the airplane, you could look down and some of these areas that used to be really good, nice, wet alpine meadows and different things were dry. I mean, dried up, and just it has an impact, definitely. So I don't know if it really has an impact on predation or anything like that, because when the elk have their calves, it's usually in the aspen stands where there's a lot of down timber or a lot of shrub growth and things like that, not necessarily just the grasses, but down logs and different things like that. So,
thank you.
Well, and the drought could have an impact not only in the summertime, but especially in the winter. If we do end up with a hard winter, then the forage might not be as tall and as available to animals.
Thank you.
So the three factors listed above, the first three factors all may play into the decreasing calf ratios, and I'll show you some graphs on that next. From a harvest management perspective, private lands can, if the private landowners don't allow hunting on their properties or only allow limited hunting, then they can end up acting as refuges for elk during the hunting season. So while they might provide good forage for the animals, it ends up limiting the amount of access that hunters have. So some of the properties in both of these herds, they do allow hunting, so that has definitely helped to redisperse elk back on the public lands. And then the last point, competition with deer. Deer and elk share or overlap in terms of diet and space use, and so that's one consideration to think about when looking at the population objective alternatives. If you were to go with a higher elk density, then that may pose more competition with deer. So this graph shows the population estimates for the two herds. In red, the red solid line is the population estimate for E16, and then the red dashed line underneath it is population objective, and then the blue lines are for E15. So both of these herds have been above the objectives that were set in 1988. Over the past decade or so, both populations have been reduced, partly due to the former Division of Wildlife and now Parks and Wildlife intentionally trying to reduce the population through cow harvest, but also it may be due to a lot of the factors that discussed in the last slide. So the population sizes that were present in the 1990s may no longer be achievable now because of habitat loss, recreation impacts, and so forth. The current population estimates for E15 is about 4,500 elk, and for E16, 7,100 elk.
Question on that? How the objective numbers there for those two herds? How do you set that number? How do you say this is the ideal number for these areas?
Through this process that we're going through now. So in 1988, they did the same kinds of analysis.
So saying this is what's sustainable with the amount of land. This is what's sustainable with the other wildlife that may be predators. This is what's sustainable through the growth of development. For it to be a healthy herd versus a stressed herd, or a, I don't know what would be the other side, a too healthy herd. Or,
I don't think we have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Well, if the population gets low enough, then the individuals will be very healthy, but then there won't be enough animals on the landscape for people to either hunt or to be disabled.
And is genetic diversity an issue? I mean, it was interesting to read in the packet that this all started in 1914 or something, when 12 elk were brought down from Yellowstone, was it, or something like that? And then 2 years later, another 20 elk were brought down, and that's where our entire herds come from or something, because they were completely gone in the early 1900s, which was really kind of interesting. So is genetic diversity an issue with these herds, or?
Not particularly.
I think there's
Just curious.
There's enough interchange.
It's an interesting read, a lot of the stuff that was in these packets historically.
There used to be, I don't know where Jerome ever had the photo, but there's a photo of them released off the old train. Stuff like that. The elk
From the Elks.
Yeah.
Elks Lodge.
Elks, yeah, there you go. So, I mean, it's pretty cool when you see that. But I think there's enough interchange between the herds that genetic diversity really isn't an issue.
There were some herds within the state that were not extirpated, and so, like, for example, up by Rocky Mountain National Park, and so potentially through movements of animals and genetic interchange, there's enough diversity, but like, we're not seeing like five-legged elk walking around. Well, and then as far as when they set the objectives in 1988, at that time there were more game damage issues and complaints from ranchers, and so that potentially may be why they had set such a low objective. You were around there.
Yeah, I mean, when you set a population objective, you try and set it what you think the habitat can support. And back in the 80s, when I first got here, game damage was significant in the lower valley, not so much up here, but in the lower valley where we used to have all the ranches and stuff. So, I mean, game damage was basically that's what you did in the wintertime, was elk and haystacks and elk and feed lines and constant game damage hunts and dispersal hunts and things like that. We don't do that anymore. Everything's pretty well fenced up. Over time, too, since I've gotten here, I don't know how many different population models we've gone through. And so each one is better, it gets more refined with the information that we have. And we've gotten a lot better at survivability, and at this age, you got a survivability of this and this and this, and all that's come into these population models. So we've gotten a lot better at that. And our old population objective of 3,300, was it really achievable? Probably. I don't think it probably is. I just don't. I mean, we can continue to try and drive the elk population down, but we issue so many cow tags, it gets to the point of diminishing returns. I mean, you can't, when you go and you issue out, 1,600 cow tags and you have 800 left over after the draw, it gets to be the point of diminishing returns. But you try and set what you think is with our population models. It gives us our best estimate of what the population is, and we look at our habitat and all the other issues coming in, and we kind of try and choose that number. And it's not exact science. I mean, it's not like we can have 4,500 elk, but we can't have 5,000 elk. So
if I may, Michael?
Yes.
And when you say diminishing returns, how much is the economic value of issuing those tags for fees part of it? Because you don't want diminishing returns so that you can have a good amount of tags that you can issue the next year to get a revenue source, and that's a good part of your funding.
As long as I've been here, we've never, we've never really tried to manage this for monetary value. We're trying to measure from population perspective, and I guess a good example is that our deer population. We used to have a lot of, the number of buck tags we used to issue here and stuff, but we just don't have the deer population anymore. It can't withstand the pressure that we used to put on it here and stuff. So we don't sell them, and if we wanted to, we could still issue out a lot more buck tags if we wanted to, and it just drive our buck ratios down more, but we'd probably still have enough to get the breeding done. But that doesn't make sense. It's not really what we really need to do. I think just like any other agency, we need to try and find alternative funding sources other than the sportsman. We're pretty much entirely funded by the sportsman dollars and stuff like that. So when you do have less license sales, obviously it does impact your overall budget, but we aren't trying to manage the herd just based on budget. It's based on what we think we can really do.
Thank you.
So this graph shows the calf-to-cow ratio, so it's calves per 100 cows. And both herds have seen a decrease over the past few decades. For example, in the 1980s, they were averaging in the mid to upper 50s per 100 cows. And currently our 3-year average is 35 calves per 100 cows for E16 and 39 calves per 100 cows for E15. So this is probably due to a lot of the issues that discussed previously in terms of habitat condition, human disturbance. This graph shows the bull ratio, or bulls per 100 cows. And both herds have seen an increase in the bull ratio. In the 1988 plan, they did have a bull ratio objective, but we, like I said before, that since these are unlimited, or bull harvest is unlimited in the 2 main seasons, 2nd and 3rd season, that we don't actually manage for. We don't, in reality, manage for a specific bull ratio. But the increase in bull ratio has occurred probably mainly because of the antler point restrictions that were put into place in 1986. And at that time, it was just applied to 1st and 2nd seasons. And then in 2000, it was expanded to all seasons. So in this new plan, we'll just report on an expected bull ratio. For E15, the expected is 17 to 27 bulls per 100 cows, and then E16 is 18 to 30 bulls per 100 cows. And this is just based on the observed values that we've seen since the year 2000. So in terms of the population objectives that we're looking at for the upcoming plan, we considered 3 alternatives for each of the herds. In both cases, alternative 1 would be an increase from the current population size. Alternative 2 would be maintaining status quo, and then alternative 3 would be a 20% decrease on average. So some of the things that you guys have brought up are things to consider when choosing among these alternatives. So, for example, if we went with alternative 1, which would be an increase in the population, there would be more elk on the landscape, but then they would be competing more intensely with each other for limited resources, so their body condition may be less. In a hard winter, then we may see more winter kill due to that fact of having a higher density. There may be more competition between deer and elk at a higher elk density. And in order to increase the population, we would have to issue fewer licenses for cows. So the opportunity to draw a limited cow license would be less. There would be more elk on the landscape though, so hunter success rates might be higher, and the opportunity to harvest the bull might be better. But at the higher elk density, then we may run into more game damage issues, and vice versa for the opposite extreme at alternative 3. So our preferred alternative is alternative 2 because it balances out a lot of these issues. Also, over the summer we had a public questionnaire to gauge public opinion, and most people preferred alternative 2 for both of these rates. So what we're looking for from you guys is your comments on any issues that you have and what preferred alternative that you have. These plans are in draft form and right now are available for public comment through January 18th. The plans are available on our website. I know you guys have gotten copies of them, but for the general public, they're available for viewing and commenting as well.
Julie, let me ask you something. When you began the presentation, you talked about the studies being interrupted by chronic wasting disease, or at least the eruption of that disease. What's the status of that disease now?
It's mainly found closer to the northeastern part of, like sort of the Rocky Mountain National Park area. Prevalence rates around here are very low and basically not contamination. As far as impacts, as far as like whether people can get it, they've shown that that's not the case. And as far as impacts on the elk populations, the prevalence has to reach a high enough threshold, and I don't actually know what the threshold is offhand, but in order to start seeing an effect on the population in terms of numbers. But the prevalence around here is basically not really an issue.
They have all the sportsmen, if they want to, they can bring in the heads, and we can sample for CWD. And there hasn't been one case in this valley of a positive. There's been one over just west of us in 42, right? One or two of them, and then there's been one just on the this side of Vail Pass, I think. But it's just, and then to the north, I think up around Craig. But in here, we haven't had one positive yet at all, which is good. It's a really good thing.
So, any further questions for Julie or the staff? Yes?
Yeah, I can appreciate Parks and Wildlife asking us about our opinion relative to herd size, but it almost seems like there really isn't any choice, because you can't reduce it. I don't think that, I'm inferring that there's not enough hunters per se. I'm talking about reducing in the scale of what alternative 1, 2, and 3 is. Alternative 3 reduces 20%. Well, takes a lot of hunters, and you, Kevin, had articulated you can't sell all the licenses now. It really seems like alternative 1, you would not want to allow that to happen, because it becomes a scenario where it's unequivocal that the habitat can't support the number of animals. So we are really in alternative 2 landscape, and I don't know, maybe there's some things you can manage to try to get the higher, lower end, but is there really a choice? With all available resources and, all of that.
A lot of the time, a lot of the sportsmen, a lot of people say, oh, they want to see more elk, and so they want to have more elk, and that's what they want us to do sometimes. think, you know, if you look at the ranges give us that flexibility that maybe in, let's say, maybe down in John's country, he can support a little more elk or something, or up here, maybe we want to drive it down a little bit. So the range gives us that opportunity. We have driven the elk population down through harvest and as well as all these other pressures. So I think we can still do that. It's just going to take a long time to do it. You know, it's been taking, I've been here 28 years, and so it's taken us a long time to get it down to where we are now. You know, but when I'll admit, this first year, we were very conservative with our cow tags. I remember Val just fighting with Randy and I all the time, trying to, got to issue more cow tags. No, we don't want it. You know, and so we had that fight going on and stuff. But it's taken us a long time really to drive it down. But I mean, when you really start looking at habitat conditions we have here, it scares me a little bit. And Julie alluded, you know, the calf-cow ratio, the declining calf-cow ratios, and I've mentioned that to the board many times. It's an indication something's wrong to me. I mean, there's something askew in the system. It's not a healthy ratio to have, but that's what we have. And so we got to try and manage with what we think we can still support. So that's why we like alternative 2. It gives us some flexibility. It keeps the population basically about right where it's at. And we can drive it down a little bit if we can. Although this year is the first year I think we actually sold. First year I can remember we sold all of our cow tags finally. I mean, we had almost 800 left over after the draw, and people still came in. I think that a lot of that's a function of the economy, though, too. People trying to get meat, need meat, and so we did sell them. I don't think we harvested, but I think we sold them.
Just a second, Rachel. Jonathan Wilski, are you here as a consultant with the CPW?
I'm here to listen.
You're just here to listen? Do you have a preference, an alternative?
I agree with just about everything Kevin just said. One thing that I would add is when you think about large numbers of elk, you need to think about our deer population. Because elk and deer eat a lot of the same things, but elk can eat a lot more on any given acre of ground. Elk have almost twice as much food because they can graze and browse. So when your elk population gets too high, and if you think about back in that winter of 2007, 2008, when we had a really severe winter, there's very limited forage available to them. If we have too many elk, we're going to have mass die-offs of deer. We didn't actually have it that year, largely because of the snow conditions and on those due north-facing slopes that deer actually followed the elk. The elk actually helped them out. But the last really bad winter we had, I think it's 82, they had so many dead deer, and that's when we had really high elk populations as well, that they were putting carcass piles and burning them. Our deer population is doing very poorly, and so if you have too many elk, they're going to significantly negatively affect the population for deer, as well as lots of other critters.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. I guess the two things I would be interested in are, one is there, you know, a check back. You know, this last process took 20 years or more before we had a new target. So would we be checking back every 3 years, every 5 years to say, well, how close are we coming? Are we dropping below the lower threshold or above? And in particular, how does that work with this low calf ratio? It sounds like if we're at around 35%, you know, we're eventually going to have zero or close to zero. I mean, it doesn't even sound like replacement value for the current herd minus the hunting. And so I don't know the math of that equation. And if this trajectory of that low ratio continued with the hunting desires, where would we end up? I mean, that's kind of my question. How does that fit into these projections?
So we model populations every year, so we would be gauging on an annual basis where we are relative to the objective. But as far as establishing new objectives, that would be done on a 10-year basis, in theory.
Okay.
In theory.
In theory. And then again, how about this, with that cow-calf ratio, do you believe that that is by itself going to be driving us to these numbers or even below these numbers? Is it the intent of these objectives that, I mean, I kind of see objectives would have like a trigger point in them. So this is the objective, and then if you get here, well, it's going to change slightly, or we're going to back off on this, we're going to add more of that. But if we continue with that sort of cow ratio, I realize, again, this is probably a goal to bring that ratio up to a greater success because there's better winter forage for fewer animals. But how do we know where that trajectory is taking us if we were to stay on it?
Some of, as far as like managing for calf ratio, some of that we could do through managing for population size. Only part of that. In terms of like, if we have, compared to the habitat, if the elk are close to the habitat carrying capacity, then you would expect calf ratios to be lower because animals would be at a lower nutritional plane. So if you reduce the population relative to its habitat condition and availability, then in theory you should see an increase in the calf-cow ratio. But that's only one component. There's a lot of other things that could affect calf-cow ratio, especially like the recreation pressure, habitat loss, predation, and so forth.
So I guess maybe a different way of asking that is, if an alternative 2 is adopted, what outcomes do you expect to see from that over a stretch of time, over 5 years or something? You know?
It's hard to say just because it's also dependent on weather as well as what happens with the habitat. But say if everything else was the same, then, and if weather was average, then I would probably expect it to stabilize, but that's kind of a guess.
I think you're probably going to keep, I don't see us really going up with that ratio very much, maybe a little bit. It seems like it has kind of somewhat stabilized in the 30s. You know, maybe you can get up into the low 40s if we're lucky. Obviously, we're getting enough reproduction to maintain the population that we have. It's just, I think it's just, you know, in my opinion, and I've been pretty strong about my opinion on that, and to me it comes down to recreational pressures in our critical ranges, whether it be in our production areas or winter ranges or transitional ranges. And I don't see that getting any relief from that. I really don't. In this valley, as much as we promote it and promote all this other recreational activity, our new trails here, trails there, and cross-country skiing here, and snowshoeing here, and until we can start really addressing that. And it's hard to close off an area. You know, let's just say like the Crown is probably one of the most important winter ranges we have in this valley. It's becoming a little Moab. And now we got fat tire bikes going all through our winter ranges during winter. And, you know, so I don't know. I'm in a way a little discouraged, you know, but, you know, we keep on fighting. And the one thing we can try and do is manipulate some of that habitat to try and improve it. That takes money, you know, and obviously with the Forest Service, we got that plan to, over this 10-year period, of trying to address 43,000 acres, but that's national forest, it's not BLM. We need to do a lot on BLM too, and it comes down to money too, and get away from some of the oil and gas issues and addressing some of this.
Thank you.
Cindy, do you have any comments?
Well, I was just wondering how our comments on the, I know these guys have heard it all, but our comments on the BLM management plan that George and worked so closely with the development of the management plan, and Kevin and his group gave us a presentation last winter to the BOCC community about the importance of keeping certain trails closed in the winter so that they wouldn't have the conflict with the recreational activities in the winter range specifically. And I guess a question I would have is, what if the BLM decides not to manage in the way that we've recommended? Would you see a huge decline, you think, because the continuation of the recreation pressure? How important is that management decision, I guess, is my question, in terms of the health of your herds? I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's right, I was just trying.
So it's real important to us to say that if we're going to make those comments and put the board, have your recommendations out, that we want to know what they mean.
I think it's important. I think it's very important. I mean, it's, we kind of went on a limb too, saying that certain areas that ought to be closed to all human use. I mean, when's the last time you really heard that? Phenomenal. I mean, it's hard. Yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, John's probably got the most important winter range we have in this valley, and I think it's very important. Yeah, can we get the BLM to do that? I don't know. Mm-hmm. If they don't do it, we can try and continue to educate the public as much as we can. Is that going to stop what's going on? I don't know. A prime example of that is right now, this is day up in Snowmass Village, the North Rim Trail is supposed to be closed. There's people lifting their bikes over the gate and past the sign so they can go ride and go walk. Yeah. Right past, so it comes down, if you do implement some of these closures, how do you enforce it? And how do you have enough funding to go ahead and enforce it? How do you ensure that enforcement into the future? And that's just my opinion.
I completely agree on that. I think we're having an impact. Whether we can ever do anything, shut them down, I don't know. And I guess time will tell, and we just try to keep managing the best we can with what we've got.
And I guess if I could add to that, just every year we hear that the enforcement is really critical. And we heard that with the mule deer study, we heard that with, mainly based on intrusion in the winter range. So just every year we point that out, how important that is.
Jonathan has his hand up, and then Rachel.
One of the things that we've seen around here with places like the Crown is the winter recreational activity used to be somewhat self-regulated, but two things have affected that, so it's irrelevant. One is these light winters we're having last year and now this year, and the advent of those fat tire bikes. People are riding right now. This weekend there were a bunch of cars parked down at the cattle guard because people were riding all over the Crown, and so the threat to that area, and for winter range, as Kevin said, that's one of the most important areas. So it's any pressure you guys can put on the BLM to close that down during winter, maybe allow some token recreational activity, but there's really no area that's as important.
People don't realize the impact, I don't think, and I hear it all the time from people hiking up Light Hill or wherever they are. They see some elk, but the elk don't move, so they aren't having an impact. What it comes down to is the animals have to make a decision. Is it more valuable for them to run and flee, which utilizes more energy to do that, especially in deeper snows. When you start looking at calves, the amount of depth of snow that impacts them is much less than an adult, but you're still expending that energy, so is it more cost effective for them to stand still and stay there and until that disturbance is gone? And people say, well, that's not affecting them. Well, it is, and they've done that with the metabolic rates and everything come up in those animals. They are expending more energy. It is costing them stuff. So just because they don't flee does not mean it's not having an impact. And people don't see that, and that's why I keep coming back to these cap ratios. Something's going on. And the biggest thing I've seen over time since I've been here is habitat conditions and recreational pressure.
Rachel?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, have you, or will you in the future, give this sort of presentation to Snowmass Village? And have you been able to get in front of the regional BLM managers to make the point as well? So it's perhaps pressure coming from more than one party to educate them on these challenges and so on.
We don't typically give these presentations to them, but we could. But the BLM has received a copy of the draft plans, and they've been asked to comment on that.
Well, sometimes face-to-faces make a little more difference than a written report. I mean, if they're anything like us, you see a bazillion of them a year. And I just think that it might be worth, and maybe not the full contingent, but a few of you getting on the Snowmass Village Town Council meeting, and so they understand this bigger picture of declining elk herds in the larger region and what role their trail enforcement plays potentially on some of that.
Any further questions? thank you for that presentation. We appreciate it, and I guess we'll work on some sort of recommendation. We don't have any expertise. We'll probably have to hire somebody. But thank you. Appreciate it.
I mean, if you do compile a letter or something like that, I mean, if you want to choose between one of the alternatives, and whatever alternative that may be, we definitely would like to have your input on that, so.
Well, that's what we'll try to do.
Then can I just have them there 5 minutes?
Sure.
After you're done with this?
Well, yeah, do it now.
Do it now? Okay.
We're done.
Jack. You're a short timer, right? Just want to give you something from our director for all your work. And that's just a little letter thanking you for all your years of community service from the town of Snowmass Village Town Council to the Board of County Commissioners and everything. But that's not all. Here, man, I'll let you read it.
Yeah. That's really appreciated. We've all been in this together, and I just happen to have been one in my shoes for a while. So.
Well, we really appreciate all the work. You've been a real ardent advocate for us, and all of us in the field really appreciate that. I mean, more than you know.
The letter from Director Rick Cables, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and says, "Dear Jack, on behalf of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, I would like to thank you for your many years of community service on the Snowmass Village Town Council and Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners. Your support for wildlife and wildlife values is parallel to none. Your advocacy has helped protect and preserve for future generations one of Colorado's greatest treasures, our wildlife. You have always stood up in the face of opposing views and pressures to champion for wildlife. Our local field officers have greatly appreciated your support and understanding. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to Colorado's wildlife resource."
That's phenomenal.
Thank you. I would also like to present you with this. Elk has kind of been a symbol for this board, I think. We always talk about elk and everything like that, so we'd just like to say thank you very much.
Phenomenal.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, good job. Well deserved, Jack.
Yeah, well, all of us have done work together for this.
Thanks a lot, Jack.
And this is for the public. That's what
Thank you very
we do
much.
it for. And the animals. Thank you, everybody. Sincerely appreciate it. I'm glad I'm not hitching tonight.
Well, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, thank you very much. That was a very nice thing to do for Jack. We deeply appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Totally. Cool.
See? Merry Christmas.
So, John, we have memos of interest now?
Yeah, we have 2 memos of interest. The first one, I see Kathy Chandler hanging back there. The first one has to do with the budget supplemental request for redesign of the library website, I believe.
Hi, I'm Kathy Chandler from the library, and I'm just here to see if you folks have any questions about our request to add a supplemental line into our budget for this year. We are hoping to go out with a request for proposals to find website developers to help update our webpage.
Kathy, what needs updating in the web page? What are the elements that need updating?
Well, our web page is basically the front end to our card catalog, which things are changing so rapidly in the library world with e-resources. We're trying to fix our web page so that it's more easy for people to be able to download ebooks onto their different reading devices, and also to have feeds coming in from different community calendars so that we can have a calendar that represents not just our children's and literary activities, but things from other points in town that might be of interest to people looking for things like book groups and like the Winter Words from the Aspen Writers Foundation, where people can kind of come and have a one-stop shopping experience with finding out what's going on. So it's calendar and newsletter, the blog, things like that, which are kind of patched together right now on our website, and we have a person on the Front Range who keeps our website going. And what we'd like to do is switch it over so that it's running on Drupal software, which is type of software that our staff then will be able to maintain the page better and not have to wait for somebody else to change out pictures and things like that.
Yes, George.
Kathy, is this person that you're using, is this person's expertise specifically for library websites?
Well, that would probably be what we would end up with. We've been working with an individual named Mark Noble, who had worked with the Douglas County Libraries, which is, like Castle Rock, that area of the state. They have kind of one of the best libraries in the state of Colorado as far as being kind of on the forefront with trying to fix things up so that the web pages look the same way as like a power wall in a library, where you've got the things that you're trying to feature. Like when you walk into the Basalt Library, on your left-hand side, you've got like all the new books there. Well, Douglas County has been trying to put in virtual power walls in their library, and we hope to be able to do that too, where you would come in and have like a flat screen TV and be able to download from that device onto your e-reader. And so anyway, this individual named Mark Noble has worked with Douglas County to link together the catalog software that Douglas County and Marmot uses, which is named Innovative Interfaces. That has now a new front end on it, which is a product called Viewfind, which is a open source piece of software that was developed to make our catalog look more user-friendly. Like when you go to Amazon and you see the picture of the book jacket, you can now do that at our catalog. And now this would be taking it a step forward to make those more interactive with the actual web page.
And I asked that because I just was wondering whether there was an opportunity for us to utilize that person to look at our website, which I think could use some more work.
I think probably...
Say that politely enough?
So the process that I'd suggest there is the county is preparing to recruit for a chief technology officer position, and one of their first tasks is going to be taking a strategic look at our software packages and applications. I think the web page would be rolled into that and how we're administering that. And so that's going to take some time, George, to get ramped up, but rather than making a jump without that full assessment of how it interacts, I would suggest maybe we wait for that, and that would be part of that process.
Sounds good, thanks.
Well, and back to the question about the library specialist. The reason I was mentioning Mark Noble is he then switched from working for Douglas County. He's now replicating that system over at Marmot. And we actually had talked to him about the possibility of trying to engage his services almost as a sole source sort of procurement, because he's already invented this wheel. And he doesn't have the time to do that job. But we would be looking for somebody that's really pretty intimately familiar with these different packages that probably wouldn't have a lot to do with the county's needs, I would think.
So, yes, Rachel?
I'm supportive of the supplemental request.
Okay, yes, Rob?
I'm supportive as well. I've got a somewhat related, maybe somewhat unrelated question, which is, are there any projections going forward with the library now that the ballot initiative didn't pass in terms of making various improvements to IT stuff or other things within the existing structure of the library? Or we haven't had a report since the election on what direction now the library is now going, and the need for upgrades of technology was a big part of the push for that ballot question, and how this fits into that, I guess, is my question. But also, when are we going to hear an update on what, if anything, is going to change in the library from its current existing structure and layout and safety issues and things that still do need to be addressed, regardless of the fact that that question didn't pass?
We had, December, the library board doesn't meet. And so the last library board meeting that we had was the day after the election. And so we were just really having very preliminary discussions, and we were trying to get a meeting this Friday with John, with the president of the library board and myself, but it turns out that she's not going to be in town, so we've had to push that forward to January 4th. And so we are just really starting to look at the options. And I think, so probably the best thing to do would be to wait and really have a good report with you guys. And I think we'd like to maybe even see about having a joint meeting or something to talk about the options that would be available. This piece of software would have been needed regardless of whether it passed or not.
Thank you.
Kathy, so this is a one-time request. In other words, this will cover the development of a web page source for the next 6-10 years. What do you know?
Yeah, we're looking at breaking this into pieces, with the first piece probably costing around $10,000, so that we don't just go out to some software developer and hand them a bunch of money and then be at their waiting for them to do what we need. We're going to start out with a first phase where they're working very hard on the catalog integration and also this calendar part, and then we'll enter into another phase with them where we're asking them to work on things like readers advisory services, and just kind of bring it out a little bit at a time so that we've got a lot of control over the operation. And as I said, with using the Drupal software, that will give us the capability of having our staff trained. We want to also, the person that we hire, we want them to have good teaching skills so that they can help our staff learn how to take control of the web page by ourselves and not have to rely on outside help.
Any other questions for Kathy? Yes, Rachel?
Well, just a kind of quick follow-up to Rob's comment and Kathy's as well. I do think that it's going to be important for us to work with the library board in its interface with the Aspen City Council for the plaza design of whatever they have going forward. As far as I know, they're still talking about redoing that parking garage roof in the spring of 2014 and trying to finalize the design elements in the course of this year so they can get that engineering done. And, for me, this still is the back door of the library, and its interface with that property is going to be very important. And also protecting the easement, because while this may or may not have been the right plan, and maybe the awning was too big, or maybe, whatever reasons the library vote went down, I don't think it was telling the community to surrender the easement that you have had since the parking garage was built for future potential expansion, whether it's 20 years out or further. And so I think that it's important to maintain the structural integrity of the roof fixes and understand what that is going to mean in terms of what weight it would support, what it would take if there ever is a use, because I felt particularly bad for the library board that in the earlier discussions it was literally the direction of the city that said, well, why don't you go out further than your actual easement, because it'll hit with the pillars underneath and it'll work. So they ended up designing something that was bigger than their original easement. But again, I do not believe that the failed vote means that there was any sort of sacrifice or give up of that easement for future potentials of its territory. And so, to the extent our board needs to be involved with your board, with the city council, with those discussions going forward, that's just a critical element.
Thank you, Rachel. So are we supportive of the supplemental request for the library's webpage? Yes? Yes? Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Okay, great. Thanks.
That was the only memo of interest you could come up with before.
So we have, the next item is the designation of chair and vice chair for 2013.
Yeah, and Michael, the purpose of this discussion is in 2005, the board adopted a process of rotating chair by district. And obviously that can lead to a few issues. One, there's 5 of you and 4-year terms. And so it creates the potential that a first-year commissioner or newly elected commissioner would be in line for chair, which is the case coming up. We've got right now under our current rotation in 2013, Jack's district, District 4, would be up as chair, Jack as vice chair this year, with George being vice chair. And then in 2014, under our current process, George would be chair with District 1, Rob being vice chair. 2015, then Rob being chair. You can kind of do the math from there. In the past, we have only, obviously, since adopting this, run into this situation once. And George, I think that was your first term as you were coming in for commissioner. And in that case, what we did was we flipped. So District 5 and District 1 flipped, so that instead of being chair in 2009, when George came into office, he was chair in his second year in 2010. And so what I wanted to do is talk about some options that the board has, I think, kind of sticking generally with the same theme of rotating chair by district. And I've got 2 options for the board to consider. Both of them, I think, maintain the spirit of the rotation. One option is simply what we did before, which is to have the seats flip back. And so in this case, the first option, option A, would be in 2013, would be to have District 5 chair, so that would be George. That would be going back to George. And if we followed what we did when we did that flip when George came into office, then District 4 would be vice chair. In 2014, District 4 would be chair, with District 1 being vice chair. And we're right back into our standard rotation by 2015, if that makes sense. The disadvantage of that, obviously, is that we still have a first-year commissioner in as vice chair and filling in. George, you may be able to comment on that. And then second-year commissioner coming in as chair. Another alternative, which would be alternative B, would be to have districts 5, 1, and 4 do some changing around. And so what that would have is going back, having District 5 as chair in 2013 and District 1, Rob's seat, as vice chair. Then have in 2014, District 1 would be chair with District 4 as vice chair. And then in 2015, it would be District 4 as chair and then District 2 as vice chair. What that does is it gets us right back into our rotation in 2016, but it gives the new commissioner a little bit more opportunity to come up to speed. So there's 2 years before they become chair. And District 1, who will have already served a full term, gets to be chair before District 4. Does that make sense?
Can you say that one more time?
Sorry. I can do it on the whiteboard. It might be more interesting to do it on the whiteboard. But,
Yes to it.
When you look at the orders, though, and I think the order is a good way to do this by district. And as you said, there's always going to be this odd year because 5 commissioners, 4-year terms. Mm-hmm. If we were to follow the normal order, it would be District 4 next year, then District 5, then District 1, District 2. If we flip, which I did with Patty, it would be District 5, District 4, District 1, District 2.
Right.
So that order continues in that same vein versus starting to try to, adapt and change depending on how the terms work out.
You're right. The option A that you just laid out, that more simple one, gets you right back into that standard rotation in 2015. Option B gets you right back into that standard rotation in 2016. The real difference between the two is how much time our new District 4 commissioner would have before he becomes chair. That's the real difference.
I will point out that District 1, is that yours, Rob?
Mm-hmm.
That got skipped over when Patty became chair, and then you became chair. So District 1's rotation was, when you became chair, Rob's turn got lost. So his rotation wouldn't be until if he's reelected, year 5.
Right, 2015.
Yeah, see, I don't think it matters either way. Even when we go back to 2009, if I had gone in on that first year, it would be District 5, then it would have been District 1, 2, 3. And as it turned out, it was District 1, 5, 2, 3. So it's the same.
But Rob wasn't elected yet.
Oh no, I understand that, but you're always going to have you're always going to have turnover and new people coming in and out. But
Rachel?
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is remind me of that movie Hugo with all the different wheels of the clocks going by and how they interface. Because, on top of just the terms and the number of commissioners and the rotation is then, of course, the election cycles. And so when I was elected, there was no opportunity for me to be chair until my second term either. So that kind of happens pretty regularly. Played through, it would only be two chairs in the course of 3 terms, should that happen. So I kind of look at that as a non-issue. It does kind of happen. I feel like in some ways this is really a conversation with Rob and George, and I don't want anyone to be slighted in what the board picks, and I just want a functioning, healthy board going forward. I also, a little awkward not having the conversation with Steve, because I know that when George was first on, so no, he didn't want to be chair, didn't feel he had the experience, but he did want to step up fairly quickly after that and had the skills to do it. So that part is challenging. But I just, I appreciate working with all of my colleagues. Everyone brings their own kind of slightly different signature to that role as chair, but it always works out well, and it's about having a healthy board. So, I guess I'm kind of saying I don't feel like I have a dog in this fight, other than making sure we have a successful outcome and successful board.
And Michael, if I may, Rich, I did have an opportunity to visit with Steve, and I think he understood that he definitely, I think, was in agreement that being chair next year was, and having more time was acceptable, whether that's a year or 2 years. I don't think he had a real strong feeling about. I had a brief opportunity to visit with George and Rob a little bit, just one-on-one, and I think the sentiments I heard from the two of you, if I could share, were the same as yours, that I think it was just a discussion we had to have. So.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, it's always interesting that it's really hard to put a square peg in a round hole, as it were. I mean, it's just never going to fit the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so what I experienced, and I'll clearly state, I was glad that I became chair my third year instead of second year because of experience and all that. I mean, I'd been on council, but I'd never been the mayor at a municipality, so that's different. But, I think one of the considerations is elections, and though I wouldn't presuppose Rob might want to run for re-election, that's a choice to be made in the future. If there's a chance of that, as chair, I would never want to be chair my year I'm running for re-election. So, all this stuff gets put in here. Again, I don't think we can ever match the order. So the order really, it's a good goal, and you skip and then you get back on the order, but who's available and things like I just mentioned ought to be considered in this greater conversation. I would look to, if I was in the shoes Rob is, I'd be wanting to be chair next year, quite frankly, because I wouldn't want to be chair my fourth year. But that's just me, and enough said. My main thing is you're really never going to achieve
A perfect sequence.
Yeah, that sequence.
We could do almost infinite permutations of the rotation.
Flip a coin.
It reminds me of a movie, is two men enter, one man leaves. On Thunderdome. So we just send them into another room and have them come out and tell us.
Robert, George, any thoughts on this?
The only thought that I have is deferring to Steve whether or not he's comfortable as vice chair in year 1 and chair in year 2. Other than that, I mean, I'm comfortable doing it either way, so it really doesn't matter to me. So, I mean, if he doesn't want to be vice chair, in year 1 because he wants to, but maybe he does want to be vice chair. I don't, and then if he doesn't want to jump into, I'm not sure that I would have wanted to jump into a chair position year 2, because you're still learning a lot year 2, and he may not want that. So that would be really my only thought in terms of when I become chair, or if it's in this term or potentially my second term. I have no skin in the game. I think we have a wonderful working board that allows open and free communication, and I think that's going to continue no matter who's chair.
And we don't have to decide this today. Obviously, we've got another bite at this apple, but I think it was good to try and lay out some options and how the timelines work, so we're thinking about that ahead of time, maybe have a framework for the discussion, which will be on January 8th, I believe.
Yes, George.
So I guess the question would be, as Rob pointed out, is probably a discussion with Steve in terms of if he has an idea where his comfort level will be, and given some of those considerations.
Well, I can add that. I had that discussion with him about chair, and he definitely was more interested. The takeaway I had was that he was more interested in having some time to come up to speed before.
So then it's a question whether 1 year or 2 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So it's those two options.
Yeah.
You chairs next year. Either I'm vice chair or Steve is vice chair, depending on his comfort level with that. And then that vice chair would become chair, and then the opposite, either
So George is going to be
myself.
chair. We got one piece of this settled.
So, George, it sounds like what I'm hearing is that George will be chair, and I'll have an additional discussion with Steve. Just objectively looking at it, I kind of think more time is generally better than less time to prepare for that thought, that discussion with them, and see what his comfort level is.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. That actually went faster than I thought it was going to.
Future agendas?
Future agendas. Sorry.
I have one comment on future agendas.
Yeah.
And I think Jack had made this comment several times before, that if we could, in one of our work sessions, so that it's on our schedule, plan when we are going to make some decisions on citizen board appointments. So we could, I know sometimes you just bring it up in memos or open discussion. Planning for it, I think, is crucial, because I keep all those things. I make notes on those things. I'd like to pull them out the day before and bring them in here, and if there's proper to have a discussion. I know we've done, maybe half a dozen interviews over the last couple of months that we haven't made decisions on. Some of them are reappointments, but I'd almost like that to be a scheduled MOI, so that we can look back and kind of remember who's who and that sort of stuff. I've got a pretty good memory, but not a perfect memory.
Yeah.
So, and I just thought of that because on January 8th we do have some more interviews coming up, and I know you just throw it at us. Here's a decision. Should it be John or Sally? And sometimes I say John who and Sally who. So I think that would be helpful for me, if it's all right with the rest of the board.
No, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yes, George?
Can I just follow up on that thought?
Thank you.
Because on January 8th, I had a note. Again, it's sort of this odd timing, because we'll have a new commissioner that will start at noon, and but won't be involved in the interview process per se, but will perhaps would be able to participate in the selection, whereas Jack, right now, will be interviewing, but he won't really be able to participate in the selection. So it's a little awkward, I think. Again, the timing.
Yeah.
I'm way into not saying a thing. Meaning interview, and if you all let Steve, if he cares to, no problem.
Yeah, it seems to me that's actually the general problem with transitions anyway. There's a number of decisions we're going to make aside from appointments that Steve's going to be involved in that he didn't have really much input in. So that's just the condition we live with a rotating board, I'm afraid.
I don't have a whole lot on future agendas. I just wanted to call out that, on January 9th through 11th, there is a new commissioner orientation, so Steve is going to be attending that. I've been asked to speak at one of the sessions for CCI and was going to go down on the 9th to do an orientation on budget and administration during the new commissioner orientation, so I'll be in Denver that day. As is often the case as we're starting off the year, there's a lot of busyness right now closing out this year, and so I think what you're going to see is that the agendas are going to start filling out again, probably a little bit lighter at the beginning in January, and then ramping back up as we come back into from the holidays and to the new year. We're still working on retreat dates between the section leaders and staff. Rachel is able to give me a few, and so we're working on that. We'll bring those back on January 8th. Other than that, I don't have any other future agenda items.
Board, do you have any future agenda items? No? Where does that leave us?
We're at open discussion.
Open discussion.
And it leaves us running quite a bit ahead of time, unless we come up with quite a topic here. We have sent an email to see if we can bump up our 4 o'clock at this point, but I don't believe we've heard back yet. Okay, so we're trying to bump that up. Just a few items to make sure we have on your radar screen. Obviously, you saw that the transfer station in Garfield County and Carbondale was approved by the Garfield County Commissioners. So That is going to really, I think, shape our environment moving forward in terms of the business model and such for the landfill. So we'll be taking that into account and coming back to talk to you guys probably closer towards the end of the first quarter as we bring new staff on and really look at our operations there to start talking about what does our business model look like going forward and what are our options. So that's going to be a early and probably significant topic for us in the first quarter. The other item that's going to be coming back to you guys, hopefully in January, we need to get feedback. We have been working with our partners in the comm center to develop a new intergovernmental agreement that better clarifies the different roles in terms of administering the center, the policy guidance for the center, some of the budgetary issues, for example, paying overhead for the fiscal agent and how we're going to fund capital projects between fire and law enforcement, issues that have been hanging out there for quite a while. And Phyllis and I just attended a comm board meeting where it seemed like at the staff level, we were all, I think, within a few words, really, of agreeing on language to come back to each individual organization. And so that will be coming back to you guys in January. Just wanted you to be aware that probably some of the bigger changes for us are, one, we will now be charging overhead. But because of the budget changes that we made this year, overall we saw a decrease in the comm center's budget. And because of the changes we've made, we're able to charge that county overhead, which is around over $150,000 a year, without actually increasing our partners' budgets in the process year to year. So you may get some questions about that. And it does also clarify administration, which is the day-to-day operations will be under the sheriff's department. It has to be under someone who is post-certified, a law enforcement official. But there's a role laid out for the county manager's office in overseeing some of the finance and budgeting of the comm center, which is a new role anticipated. And it also clarifies that the comm center board is more advisory and policy oriented. So we'll be getting that language in front of you in January. Some of the other entities may see it a little bit before then. Other update for you is we did close on our 104 Devon Court property, so we're getting the items. Just there were some minor items on the inspection that we had negotiated, some fixes for, so those are taking place now, and the unit's getting cleaned out. And then we'll be working with AFSHA to get that into their rental inventory. We did work through Human Resources on the first unit and have identified a renter who will take over in January, which is our environmental health manager and his family. And we did identify some other employees who are also interested right now that, as we have future units, we'll be bringing back. So just wanted to let you know that those are in the inventory, and we have the first one rented, and I suspect the unit, once it goes to AFSHA, the second unit will be rented quickly. We'll keep you up to date on that. But we just got the keys on Friday, so we're finishing getting it cleaned out and repaired. Other issue, detox, we had an update on the progress for the detox center. The other item that we didn't talk about yesterday is we're still working through how we want to contract that, whether we're going to have a single entity serve as the fiscal agent, in which case right now I'd anticipate that being the county, or whether each entity is going to contract separately with Colorado West, which right now is not our preferred option. And so I'm suspect that what we'll have is some kind of master agreement where the county's the fiscal agent. That's really our last step as they go through their hiring process to get that stood up. I think that's really about it at this point.
Yes, George?
I just want to make a comment. It was interesting yesterday when we met with the hospital board, and they were talking about some of the employee housing units they were building. 16 units, and I forget, 12 were one-bedrooms and 4 were studios. But we've seen almost an immediate need for some larger units, these 3-bedroom units. So, it was kind of interesting to see that.
The hospital brings in so many seasonal people
Yeah.
that they tend to be without families because they're just under contract for 4 or 5 months. Maybe that's
Right, but it shows that there is a demand, a certain level of demand for large units for families as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I thought that was interesting.
And I think we'll find that as we're working to recruit and retain particularly professional positions, you're going to find a mix of families and single or married, but I think we are going to find that we do have a need for units that can accommodate families.
Any other open discussion?
That's all I have at this point, Michael.
Board, do you have any open discussion? None? So when shall we reconvene? Do you have a word on the consultant?
Let me let's see if I've gotten an email from him here, Michael. They were trying to contact the consultant. I had given an estimated time of 3:15, which we're even ahead of that.
I gave them 3.
You gave them 3, okay. I wonder if we should take a break till 3, Michael?
Okay.
I know you missed your break earlier, so.
Let's take a break till 3.
okay. Thank you. It would be great if we bought a laser phone attached and speed with that machine.
Well,
You got room to hang?
This is the work session for December 18th, 2012. We're a little ahead of schedule. Actually, we're quite a bit ahead of schedule, and we have the market affordability gap approach for calculating housing impact fees. And Tom McCabe is here to explain exactly that. And also, we have a consultant on the phone.
Hopefully she'll be here in just a second. And I'll give you a little background, then I'll have her take it. Hopefully I dialed the number correctly. Melanie, Tom McCabe.
Hello.
Hi, I'm sitting at the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we have Rachel Richards, Rob Ittner, we have Michael Owsley, George Newman, and Jack Hatfield, all 5 here. And this is Melanie Reese on the phone. She's part of the consultant team that was hired to produce the report and do the research behind it. And so, hello everybody, and hello Melanie.
Hey.
Okay, so I want to get it kicked off by giving you a bit of a background. Both the city and the county were interested in looking at a new payment in lieu methodology. It hadn't been done at the city in a very long time, and I know that the county didn't use such a methodology. They used an impact fee methodology, but the county was interested nonetheless, and so we put together a team of individuals from city and county staff to come up with their druthers, so to speak, what they would like this report to include. And after we got that settled, I wrote up the RFP to include those key points. We put it out to bid, and RRC and Associates and Melanie Reese Consulting were the folks that got the contract. After the contract was awarded, we met several times, the staff members from the city and the county, and Melanie and another gentleman, to go over what we were looking for in the way of a report and to make sure that there was clear understanding. Subsequent to that, Melanie came back. We've had a couple of meetings with the staff. We've worked through a variety of issues in terms of the variables that were to be considered and what our preferred variable would be, let's say for interest rates and bedroom size and that, all sorts of little things. Those were reflected in this report. She has, the consultant team has come up with a recommendation for a fee in lieu methodology, and it incorporates everything the city and the county were interested in, and that's a very important item because the city and the county have different ways to go about their business with regard to mitigating impacts as they are related to affordable housing. And so this methodology accommodates the different approaches the city and the county take. And, of course, your attorney, John Ely, was sitting in on those conversations, and John was very careful to make sure, and we were very careful to build into it as a result, that this methodology was very defensible and had been compared against other methodologies. One of the reasons this one stands out is because it has been tested in the courts, and it has stood up to that test in Colorado courts. So, inasmuch as Aspen and Pickens County represent some pretty high-end real estate, the mitigation fees that we might impose could be tested. I wouldn't be surprised if a developer looked at these fees and decided they wanted to test it. And so we were very careful to make sure that that satisfied John Ely's considerations, also the city attorney's considerations, but I think it's safe to say that John's were more conservative, and so this approach certainly takes that into consideration. There are a variety of aspects to it that are flexible and leave you as county commissioners a latitude inside the method. So the method will paint you a picture that you are within your legal ability to be able to assess an impact fee at a certain rate or any rate below that you feel is comfortable. The rate that we're going to reflect that's justifiable is going to be a considerable departure from what you have currently with your impact fee. So much so that we're kind of anticipating there'll be some reluctance on your part to go, all the way up to the top. That's perfectly fine. There's a lot of latitude there, and we're not, as staff, we're not recommending any particular percentage of that fee that you charge. That's up to you, and no matter what you choose, we're very adaptable to that. The other part of this that is nice is that it can be easily updated each year by staff. We don't have to go afield and have other individuals come back and pay them to do it again. This is one of those things where we use, and the RFP was written in such a way that we were asking to be able to use locally generated figures that we could rely on each year to do the updates. And so in using county assessor records, which are, of course, very legally defensible and something that is done every year, we can make a lot of our base calculations using those figures. And with that, I think it's about time. I can turn it over to Melanie and let her run through the basics of the approach that is being recommended and answer the questions you have. I'm certainly here willing to chime in, but Melanie did the technical work on this, and so I think she'll be very useful in that regard. Melanie, it's yours.
Okay. Thank you, Tom, for the introduction. And thank you for letting me do this by phone today. I know it's a little awkward, but hopefully I can just go through this.
Volume okay?
And I'll try to stop and make time for questions. And if I don't do that, when you've got a question, please interrupt. First of all, Tom covered the purpose of why we went about this. Come up with a method for updating the fee that is sound, easily understood, very transparent, plus be defensible. So we came up and recommended what we are calling the market affordability gap approach. And it really is a fairly simple process, three-step process. First, we determine how much the targeted household can afford to pay. Then look at what the market price would be for a typical affordable unit, a 900 square foot unit. And then we just calculate the difference. That difference is the per unit gap or fee. We then go in and do a fourth step to convert that per unit gap fee amount to a per employee amount. But it's really pretty straightforward math. The entire process can fit on less than one page. So in going through, the one thing I want to say about terminology as we get into the report, I've tried to not use the term fee in lieu too much because that's really a City of Aspen term. And so throughout most of the report, you'll see the word fee used. We understand that for Pickett County, it is an affordable housing impact fee. City of Aspen is a fee in lieu. Let me just verify. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you cut out a little bit here and there, but by and large, we can hear you.
Okay. Let me know if that changes.
Okay.
As to why we recommend the approach, we came up with 11 distinct reasons why we feel that this market affordability gap approach would work for both Pickett County and the City of Aspen. I'll highlight a few of those. First, it is transparent and relatively simple to update. Second, it can be used with both the city and the county's programs, which are very different programs. Third, it has been tested, as Tom said, in a lawsuit in the Denison County District Court and was specifically referenced in the judge's decision. And that, to our knowledge, is the only time a housing fee, has been challenged in the state of Colorado. So our approach has been tested and found to be sound. And the final reason, or that I want to highlight out of these 11 reasons why we recommend this approach, it is the approach most commonly used in other mountain towns and counties throughout the Rocky Mountain region. So we think there's a little bit of safety in numbers here. As far as the advantages over the other main approach that has been used both in Pickett County in the past and elsewhere, is that their approach, and your previous approach, has been to look at the historical cost of building affordable housing over time, comparing that to what the targeted households can afford and coming up with that gap, which ended up being a fairly small number. It's very hard to calculate the true cost of building affordable housing, and each project has varied widely, which has led to a lot of variation in the fee. And there's so many figures involved and so many assumptions used to try to bring those figures current, those historical figures, and to try to make them current, that we found that most places, like in Pickett County and Aspen, the updating is not being done regularly. And each of those figures, those assumptions and those figures that have to be updated, are subject to questions. And so it's a pretty complicated approach, and most of pretty much everywhere else has abandoned that approach for for calculating their fees. Just a point of defensibility, we have provided a copy of the Gunnison County District Court decision, and we have summarized it in the report. And the judge specifically called out that the recommended fee calculation is designed to close the gap between prevailing market prices and what low-income households can afford to pay for housing. So he studied it thoroughly and referenced it in his decision, and that decision was not appealed. Do you guys have any questions before I go further and actually talking about gap and how we go about calculating it in other communities?
George?
Just one question, maybe for you or for Tom. How important is it that the city and the county use the same format methodology?
Well, it's not mandatory that we use the same, but it makes the coordination between those entities and the housing authority much more straightforward. And inasmuch as the housing authority is usually tasked with generating those numbers, the numbers will work for both sides, so it'll work for the city and the county as the basis where you go then and figure out what works best for you and make whatever adjustments you want to make. So I think administratively it's certainly simpler. And I think the simplicity of it speaks an awful lot to the fact that it'll get done year to year. As Melanie indicated, some of the more complicated ones are being used or were used initially, but they're not being updated because they're so complicated to update that kind of slides by the way and only gets done once in a while. And so this will probably be, or we feel very strongly, it will be a much more reflective way. It'll reflect the market rate much more accurately than it will if we were to do it with cost of land, cost of lumber, cost of labor, cost of concrete, and trying to get a handle on those each year.
Rachel?
Yeah, just kind of along those same lines, and I would make the historical note that the county's fees have been significantly lower than the city's fees for quite a while, and they are not fees commensurate with actually producing units, and we had, embarked on trying to bring those up to a more equitable level back in '07, but then as the economy crashed, we really kind of put that on hold, and we haven't gone any further. So, I do see some value of getting equaled up there a little bit, but I also would question whether we need to have potentially zones of fees, because we're working with Aspen costs and Aspen issues here, but would the numbers be the same if we were looking in Basalt, or if this was a commercial redevelopment of a property in Redstone and other parts of the county that are not as driven by the second home market? And so that's the only kind of question I have going forward. Is it appropriate for us to have zones of where the impact is happening, where the housing is being created, or the need for the housing? But other than that, I certainly, for the Upper Valley, see the value of being kind of in concert.
Melanie, do you want to do that, or do you want me to do that?
Sure, I'll deal with that. What I'd like to do is to assure you that while we are proposing the same basic methodology for the city of Aspen and Pickens County, there is variety within the formula that takes into account where housing might be built, and there's actually a lot of discussion around that. So when I walk you through the numbers, we'll show you where there's a difference between the numbers for the city of Aspen and the numbers for Pickens County, and how Pickens County's bottom line fee is actually considerably lower than what's proposed now for the city of Aspen for a similar income group. So we have taken variation between the two entities into account, again, sticking with the same basic methodology. What I'd like to do, if we could move on, is just sort of get back to kind of that previous question about, well, do we need to do it the same way? I'd like to cover what other communities are doing out there, because I think that it's important to sort of set the stage here, because it has changed over time. And right now, I'm on, if you guys are following on the report, I am on page 13 of your report. We didn't look at every community throughout the Rocky Mountains, but we certainly looked at the most comfortable, and we looked at everybody in the Roaring Fork Valley. The Gulf, County, Slim Springs, Gunnison County, Jackson and Teton County, Wyoming, Mount Crested Butte, Park City, Utah, and Vail all use the same basic methodology that we are proposing here, market affordability gap. All of them have variations within those formulas, but that's only in terms of, say, an assumption concerning an interest rate or an assumption concerning the average size of an affordable housing unit. The same basic premise, which is determining how much households that are targeted to be served by your affordable housing program, how much they can afford to pay, what the market price would be for an affordable unit, and calculating the difference in between. We were asked specifically in the request for proposals to identify any communities that had used this approach, our recommended approach, and then discontinued use. And we've identified 3: Steamboat Springs, Sun Valley, Idaho, and the city of Longmont, Colorado. In all cases, they did away with the housing programs, the requirements that were in place. And with that, went their fee in lieu requirements. So it's not as though they switched to a different methodology. They, during the downturn, or in Sun Valley prior to that, due to Idaho state statutes, tossed out their affordable housing requirements in total, have done away with them. The only communities that are using the methodology that you guys have used in the past, when you look at historic costs of building affordable units, the Blaine County Housing Authority, that Sun Valley Ketchum area, they're like trying to update it, but they're really saying we just don't have much activity going on now, so it's kind of a sitting there stagnant. And Telluride, and they said, well, you know, we copied what Aspen was doing, but really we're having a heck of a time trying to update it regularly. So they do not update it every year. They are very interested in finding out what comes out of this process and are considering changing their method. And there are a couple of your neighbors that don't allow any fees. They say, you know, you must actually produce the unit. And that's both Town of Carpendale and Garfield County are in those categories. I would now like to walk you through the model and the calculation. So if you would turn to page 19 of your report, and I think Tom may have some extra copies of this particular report that shows this, I'll be able to show you how you're both similar and different in the city of Aspen in this fee and lieu calculation model. First of all, pay attention to the far right column. Your code and your impact fee program targets 100% AMI, 100% of the area median income. Whereas the city of Aspen programs, various programs, target 4 different categories. And so we actually have calculated 5 different fee, impact fee, or fee in lieu amounts here. 4 for the city of Aspen and 1 for Pitkin County. So if you'll notice, 100% AMI is an income of $83,200. That is most closely resembles Category 3 for the city of Aspen, which is at 110% AMI, or $92,520. So when we looked at the affordable price and we calculated based on the assumption that 30% of income is affordable for people to pay on their housing payment, and we looked at how much will cover principal and interest and what's needed for fees, and we assumed the mortgage interest rate based on research of 4.5%, calculated maximum mortgage. We're tracking and everything's the same there, all the way through the affordable price calculation. However, when we get to the market price calculation, you'll note a distinct difference. For Pitkin County, the market price per square foot of heated floor area is $867 per square foot, compared with $1,053 for the city of Aspen. we discussed at length the geography and where Pitkin County had opportunities to develop housing. And the conclusion was is that the county-wide figure should be used for Pitkin County. And for the city of Aspen, only sales, historic sales within the city of Aspen should be used. And so there's a very distinct difference there. Pitkin County being a much lower amount. Again, that's all sales within Pitkin County, median price averaged over the last 3 years of sales. Okay, so we developed then what the market price per unit would be, and as you could see, for Pitkin County, it's significantly lower than for the city of Aspen. We proposed a 2% administrative charge that most places don't charge one, some places charge up to 10%. And this is really, we put it in based on what staff felt was appropriate. And so for the 2% amount, half would go to the Housing Authority for processing and administration and updating the fees and all that, and half would remain either with the city or the county, whichever entity is levying the fee, to handle the processing of it. And so there you'll see at the bottom the market affordability gap fee. Again, if Pitkin County at 100% is most closely aligned with Category 3 of the city of Aspen, the difference is significant, almost $200,000 lower for Pitkin County than the most comparable category for the city of Aspen. So the per unit gap of $443,298 for Pitkin County compares roughly with the $638,373 fee for the city of Aspen. We did put it through the same way, but because we use different geography when it comes to looking at historic sales, we come up with a much lower amount for Pitkin County. We divide that figure by 900 square feet to get a per square foot amount if you ever need to utilize that in some of your calculations. For certain, the city of Aspen will. And we come up with also a per employee amount. And that is kind of really how your code is drafted, is this per employee amount. So it's what would be utilized most often by your staff in calculations is this amount of $277,062. Any questions before I go into a few specifics on the model and the comparison, and then I'll be ready to wrap up. But any specific questions about these calculations and assumptions that went into them?
Melanie, we have a couple.
Yeah, Rachel and then Jeff.
Yeah, thank you again for walking us through this. My question is, when we talk about the market price per square foot, there are a lot of potentially luxury finishes that are put within the free market units. So what I might perceive as a great home at 1,500 square feet would have one level of finish. What a resort property for sale, the same square footage of 1,500 square feet, might have just radically upgraded kitchen appliances, wall finishes, floors, types of bathroom fixtures, and things like that, that we would not be constructing into our affordable housing. And so I'm just kind of wondering, is there a need to, or should we somehow take account for, this is a home being dressed up to be sold for the second market that may go beyond what your basic construction cost would be. They're adding on all the bells and whistles.
We didn't adjust for level of finish. We did adjust for acreage. We took everything out on big acreage, so we take the land out of the equation. Because while there are units that have very high-end finishes, there are also 20 and 30-year-old units out there that haven't been updated, that need all new mechanical systems, that need new insulation and new windows. So we've got a complete range in looking at total sales. We like to use total sales because it gives us the biggest sample size, and therefore it's the most defensible when you've got a big number out there. But in fact, when we look at costs, and I'll go through a comparison in just a minute, of this attempt that was to update back, and you mentioned 2007, and it went into 2008, and those figures that went through and looked at what land is costing you guys to acquire, to build the affordable housing on, that's a huge amount of money. That's a big cost. And looked at what construction costs would be for affordable housing. The fees that were considered back then and the fees we're talking about today are not very different.
Thank you for that answer.
Jack?
Yeah, on page 19, looks like you use the average monthly income model for Pitkin County, and that's how we arrive at the 83,000. But on page 19, I apologize, 26, use categories. Are we going to, if we go along with this methodology, would we be using a category calculation or just the average as our basis for fees? And that, the gap fee.
Right. Unless you redo your code, you will be going at 100% of the area median income. Of course, it's within your discretion to change your code to target different income levels. You might want to do that. You might want to have that discussion. But your code as it now stands targets as an average 100% AMI. And that's what's calculated on page 19. And on page 26, it also, if you look down the left-hand side, the left column, you'll see we have 1 through 4 categories, and then we still have Pitkin County separated out as 100% AMI. So there's nothing to indicate. We assume that we would change as little as possible with your existing requirements. The scope of our work was not to evaluate or critique in any way or modify the basic requirements. Is to say, given these requirements, if it's going to be a check that the developer writes, instead of producing a unit or providing land in lieu, how much should that check be for? And that was the scope of what we did. So we tried as much as possible to just fit it in with your existing code.
Yeah, and I understand with the explanation of tracking where we start now. So thank you.
Any other questions before I just quickly go on? And I'd like to brief you on a few concerns raised by the City Council at an October 30th work session, review how we address those concerns, and end up with a comparison of the of existing fees to what is proposed now.
Go ahead, Melanie. Rob?
Okay.
We have, hold on, Melanie. Rob, I didn't see Rob has a question.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just trying to take the whole big picture in, Melanie, so thank you. A quick question, or maybe a couple of quick questions, is was there any consideration taken into the fact that we have a good deal of young seasonal workforce that aren't here living in these employee housings that are spending more of their income than 30% on their housing? They may still be in college, on vacation from South America. They may be, those sorts of things. And therefore, that 30% of their income being towards housing may not apply, because when I first came here the first 3 years, I was spending upwards of 60% of my income because this is where I want it to be.
We did not. We just very briefly discussed the 30% of income going toward housing. That is the standard all of these other communities that we've researched utilize. I am unaware that there are that many affordable housing units that house seasonal workers. I know of one specific project. I'm trying to, and Tom, you might chime in here. I know Maralt Ranch, but in most of the deed-restricted affordable housing, whether it be ownership or rental, it's really year-round residents and that they have income qualifications, and that affordable prices and rents are based off a 30% or approximately 30% ratio. So we didn't go anywhere else because of seasonal work.
Tom, what percent is seasonal housing in our inventory?
It's pretty low. I mean, we've got 2,800 units, and about 200 units are seasonal. So it's not a gigantic portion, and it is our most challenging portion from the perspective of it's guaranteed pretty much the turnover twice a year. It gets used very hard, and keeping the rents at a reasonable rate makes it very difficult to keep them in good shape. I'm happy to report that we're still managing to pull it off, but there hasn't really been much of a suggestion at either the Commission or the City Council about producing more seasonal housing. So we haven't really included it as a part of this study.
Okay.
You can proceed, Melanie.
Okay. And just as background, just because I do a lot of work in resort communities, seasonal housing, seasonal worker housing is starting to fill back up this year, but it's been mostly vacant for about 3 years now. Seasonal worker housing in Vail area and in Copper Mountain has been running at about 20 to 25.
And
a lot of people are trying to do more seasonal worker housing. When construction jobs went away, all the construction workers took the jobs seasonal workers used to fill. So the city raised 3 concerns. They raised a concern, it's similar to Commissioner Richards' concern about where we have finish issues and should we really be basing the sales price on all sales? And that was the question. And so we went back and isolated out condominium sales from other types of sales like single family and duplex units. What we found is that condominium sales are in fact more expensive on a per square foot basis than our single family home sales. And so we're sticking by the original recommendation that was to base it on all sales. And I know this will be up for consideration again in January by the City Council. I would be surprised if they decided to just go with condominium sales, given that it would drive the cost of the amount of fee up more, and it would reduce the sample size. And so for years where there are fewer sales, it's just trickier to get a good sample. They were concerned about volatility and how the fee would fluctuate from market volatility. And there's no doubt that there is market volatility, but we wanted to try and that the fee would respond to that. But we wanted to give developers a sense of, when they first start planning their projects, a sense of what they might be subject to in terms of fee requirements when it's time to write the check. And so we went back and decided to pursue this, and we initially did a 3-year rolling median, but looked at the volatility and charted it on page 25 of your report, and are recommending average of the median over a 3-year period, the 3 prior years. And if that just sounds too geeky or something, that to us is the way to give the least volatility and the most predictability in the fee amount, rather than going a single year. And they asked, well, how does this compare to the previous fee? So I'd like to draw your attention to page 26 and the per employee fee comparison. So what we're proposing, what exists in 2012. As you can see, your fee was initially calculated in 2004, and I went back and looked at that. At that time, they were coming up with a per square foot construction cost of $280 $282. That was for everything: land, infrastructure, all the soft costs, all the construction costs, interest rates, financing at $282 a square foot. Now, even in 2004, that was probably an extremely low amount. But that's ended up that was the basis for your fee then, and it has only been updated by cost of living increases, the consumer price index since then. So that's why it is so low. Again, compared to the fees proposed now, it's a really substantial increase of over 600% for the county. But if you look at, again, I mentioned this previously, the fees proposed in 2007 or calculated in 2007 and 8, based on, at that point, recent construction of affordable housing. If you compare that to the fees proposed today, the difference is not great. I mean, it's a little higher today, but not significantly higher than looking at it from, again, your old methodology of looking at your historic construction costs and land costs and calculating the difference between DAS and BOCC targeted capital can afford to pay. So where we are left today is that if this is not a fee that you feel is appropriate to charge in Pickens County, the fee you now have is based on 100% mitigation. And so that is really the place, and it's a policy decision on your part as to what that mitigation rate would be. And we've discussed this with John and Tom, and really that's in your court to decide if you want to mess with the mitigation. If you want this fee to be different, altering the mitigation rate is the most straightforward way to go about that process. So that's my presentation. Any additional questions?
Yes, Rob.
It's kind of a question or comment because it's another thought process that I brought up in terms of altering that fee, which is in conjunction with looking at this gap method, also looking at job creation per square footage at the same time. You know, we've got another piece of this formula, which is if you build 5750, you have to mitigate for X number of employees because it's creating that many employees. And I think that should be under review at the same time that this is under review. Whether we may find that the same guidelines still exist, but I think there are economic factors that can be altered in this gap method that could also affect the economic factors of creating a job. For instance, unemployment. Well, if we have a very high unemployment, building a house isn't going to create another worker in here. It's going to employ someone who already lives here. And I'm just saying that's another way of looking at what the ultimate fee is for various development, not just the 100% mitigation.
It's just a very complicated and extensive and time-consuming thing to do, but certainly, and not within the scope of what we were hired to do, but we are doing similar work up in Teton County now. The results are being crunched right now, and we can look at those numbers and see if there's been significant changes in job generation there. And if so, you may want to do a study like that in Pickens County. I'm not sure how much you were charged in 2004, but I think it was close to a $6-figure now. But if you want to revisit that, that's going to take a lot more revenue, a higher cost, and a lot more time. This is the job generation rate for both residential and commercial.
If I could chime in just for a second, the city has just finished doing a job generation study, and so there may be some data that you can access from the city that is current and might be useful to you.
Rachel?
Yeah, just to chime in on that, and one small point of clarification, I think it's under 5,700 and under has no employee housing mitigation, and it's above that starts to. So that's a clarification. But secondly, I guess I'm less interested. I'd love to look at any research we can get, whether it's from the Tetons or the City of Aspen, without commissioning and paying for a new study. But the other side of that is just it's such a challenge, because one person can have one level of restaurant with one level of customer service, and we charge one fee, and the next can go to a much more highly intensified use and number of employees. You know, maybe a better example is actually when it's retail space, but it starts as one large store and then it's subtly subdivided into 5 smaller boutique-style stores that now each have a payroll person and each have a manager and this and that. But for the mitigation fee, you only have one time, one bite at the apple, unless it's been an actual change of use from one use to another, and then it's reviewed again. So that side of it gets really tricky for me. I really like the point you made, Melanie, and I just want to make sure we don't lose that, is that if we all agree commonly on a calculation formula, and we're sitting at the same standard with city and county, there can be variations with future boards about what percentage of that mitigation to require. So I think raising it up to 100% of AMI was something I did when I was on the board, as we all did, because it was gaining some small increase. But before then, I don't even know what it was, 50%, 45?
It was always 100.
It was always 100, because there was one for residential.
The fee was so low.
Well, maybe we raised it up on commercial, but there was one that we did raise up to being, okay, we're going to ask for 100% mitigation based at this rate, which still came out with a very, very low number for the actual fee. But, you know, it's a much larger detailed discussion with a lot of different aspects to it of whether in the future we remain at 100% or whether we go to 80%. Or we ramp it in over time, things like that. But it's the agreement on the basic calculation that's the foundation of the program, and then are able to make what I would have to call market adjustments as we think is appropriate with the percentage we try to collect from that.
As a point of clarification, the city does things differently, and inside the city there are, it's not uniform within the city. And so what we're proposing, if this methodology satisfies both the commission and the council with regard to its applicability and the rationale behind it, its defensibility, then each entity goes back and looks inside their own code and makes whatever adjustments they need and whatever ordinances they need to go ahead and feel comfortable using it. And so you're right, it's very adjustable. And then what we have to do as the housing authority, and what we are going to be bringing forth to the city in January, are housing guideline changes to implement this methodology in our calculations each year. So that's what we're busy writing up now, so that we can bring that to the city on the 14th and the 28th. And we'll have, I'm certain, more discussions about the details, but we got quite a bit of support the last time, and I think probably they would adopt it. The market affordability gap methodology, we think, is the bedrock. Fine-tuning it between the jurisdictions is yet to be done. I know that the Community Development Department on the city is working with some concurrent changes that they have to make to the land use code. They're going to bring them forward in the same timeline as we're going to bring those guideline changes. The county's not bound to do that on that schedule at all. I mean, you folks have further conversations, decide what you want to do inside it, and go forth. That's one of the reasons that we were so specific on the RFP, that it had to satisfy both entities. It had to be transparent, it had to be easily updated, it had to be defensible, so that each entity has a high degree of comfort with it and a high degree of credibility, you know, that you have faith in it. So I'm really pleased with the way it's turned out, the participation between the city and county staff, where many of the same issues were discussed and led to some of the assumptions that are in the report. I think is a really good blend of the sensibilities.
Yes, Jeff?
Yeah, a couple quick questions, just to reinforce what I understand. Fees are calculated on this area average monthly income regardless of whether the development is residential or commercial. So that's a yes. Is that correct?
The AMI is produced by the federal government every year for each county in the United States, and it includes the whole population.
Okay. I agree with the idea of the gap calculated on multi-family and residential, all of the sales, as it were, all the values. I like Vail's idea of the 3-year average, so you get rid of some of that annual, volatility, whatever, and then it would be up to policy to determine whether there would be an annual update or whatever. I think we just, you all have to work with this. Administrative fee. Would you explain why there's a call for, there's some that are really extreme. Here it's 2% as a, recommendation. What are the fees for the administration?
Well, it would be for APSHA to collect the information and to do the analysis each year and make the recommendation and to administer it. Realistically, that wasn't a key part of our consideration. It came in as a discussion point when we realized that so many other jurisdictions considered that an important piece of it. We thought, well, if we're assessing a fee to take care of the costs of the building and the land and the infrastructure, all those soft and hard costs that go along with the development, perhaps an administrative fee to cover the number crunching and taking care of the transactions themselves would be appropriate as well. But APSHA's not wed to that in any fashion. It is, I think, the 1% for whichever entity it is, city or county, and 1% for APSHA, I think is pretty realistic, but we didn't analyze it to death. That was just us ballparking it.
Yeah, I would expect that's a policy decision that have to be looked at and understand the bigger picture because, for example, you already administer certain things, but you have a formula already. Cindy thankfully does all the calculations all the time about this or that or the other, so it's consistent, but anyway, that's the future. Now, the last question is, it was stated earlier at the very beginning of the presentation that Pickens County would have the ability to determine, or the flexibility to determine what it would be as collecting the difference of the gap, of that percentage. Golly, it's 612%. So that's a future discussion for Pickens County. So we have flexibility, but what criteria would you use?
Well, that's a political discussion that I think is open to probably 100 different variables. But
Exactly 100.
Yeah, exactly 100. And so this is such a radical change. Realistically and frankly, the fees have been too low. And I think there's been a broad acknowledgement of the fact that they've been too low, to such a degree that it's done a disservice to the program. How much housing can we produce is a reflection of what those revenues look like. So this is a big change. It reflects the reality today, but you don't have to bite that off in one chunk either. This is a big difference. Realistically speaking, we knew it would be significant. We didn't know exactly how significant. Cindy and I had worked together to generate the numbers in 2007 based on the old approach and the limited sample of what had been produced recently. And it turns out that we're not too far afield, where we weren't too far afield from what we're seeing today, but I think the methodology that we're suggesting today has a lot more credibility to it. It's based on real numbers across a much bigger spectrum. They're updated every year using standards that are widely accepted in the industry, whether it's area median income or the assessor's data. So from our point of view as staff, I think this methodology reflects a really solid basis for you then to consider the political realities that you have to consider. And we tried to give you this reflects and acknowledges a great deal of flexibility with regard to changing the percent you choose or the assumptions you make on how many people live in a unit, what the square footage is, what the mortgage rates are. There are a variety of things in here that we have made recommendations based on our discussions and our research we think are pretty darn conservative. And so we don't think we're overreaching here either. But that's up for you to decide.
Yeah, well, I would not doubt the other commissioners have wondered about this too, but for me, from the day we approved the impact fees, they've been too low. And so I think this methodology is, and without having a legal opinion, I'll let John and everyone else worry about that. I think this is outstanding because it really incorporates real facts like values and the gap between what it really costs. And maybe Pickens County wouldn't build a 15-unit complex with all of its resources. Maybe it will have over time some real resources to build some appropriate housing and real choices. So with the presentation, having heard that today and the questions back and forth, I fully support this and know it has to be furthered. But I really think this is a great step forward.
Rachel?
Yeah, I agree with Jack's assessment. As I said, this is foundational. I think it's a more firm footing than in the past. And to me, it's a little bit like a bit of a climate model. As you get new data, you can update and change it from year to year to reflect current conditions. I think it's worth noting that as large a difference as it is from what we charge today, that potential suggested proposed fee in Pickens County is just a hair less than it takes to build a Category 4. And so, we know a majority of our workforce is in Category 1, 2, and 3. And so, this doesn't still cover in its entirety the cost of getting, certainly not down to a Category 2. It leaves you $186,000 short of what it costs to create a Category 2 in the upper regions of Pickens County. Looking at this. So, I think, again, this is a good foundation. This is where we should go. I also agree with what Jack had raised, and it's a future discussion, but it'd be nice to have a little more of a written breakdown of what administrative fee would be used to cover or could cover. And it strikes me that if, for any reason, you're doing a large project and there's 10 units, you might have a declining administrative fee, that it wouldn't necessarily stay the same if you're evaluating and dealing with 4 units from the same developer as opposed to each single unit. And I think that the research in here showed that a few of the other communities, in trying to keep the fees down, went without an administrative fee, but they got more towards the actual construction. So I'd like to look at all those variables and just have a little more of a white paper discussion just on that one aspect.
Michael? Yes, Jay. Tom, did you all, in the various mechanizations trying to arrive at this formula, this new formula, did you also compare what we used to get for the affordable housing fees that we charged, not the impact fee, but the previous? Because I think we're probably I mean, not the greatest 612% difference, but we're way closer to in between, halfway or something, my sense is. We used to get a lot more in fees. Were they fees? Yeah, they were called fees.
I think
under the old methodology.
Melanie, I don't know if you incorporated that into your research or not. I do know that it was felt that perhaps the way we went about generating those numbers wasn't as defensible. And that was the reason for the change, or at least that drove a good deal of it.
Yeah, but the point is no matter what, when we did accrue those, or charge those fees, there wasn't this great gap. So we're trying to learn as we go, and we're evolving. This is hitting it on the head as far as real cost. So,
Melanie, did you look back prior to the impact fee at the way the county did it?
I didn't. I looked back at the 2004 work that was done, but not what was in place prior to that time.
Okay, thank you.
The only reason I bring that up is, there will be a discussion out there by the development community as to what is now, what was, and where we're going. So, might be good to understand that.
Any further questions? Thank you, Melanie. We appreciate it.
You're quite welcome. I'd like to do just a quick summary of what I heard you say with regards to your policy decisions that you're going to be grappling with that are they're related to this fee calculation, but they are still distinct policy decisions. And it had to do with commercial uses and different intensity of different commercial uses. Had to do with residential job generation and exemption of units below, I think your cutoff is about 5,700 square feet. That's unusual provision, by the way. Often exemptions are about stop about 1,500 square feet, not 5,700. The mitigation rate, which is now at 100%, that also is very unusual. I don't know of any other community or county charging 100%. Job generation update and your income targeting, whether it should be at 100% AMI or multiple categories. I know that several times Cindy Huben brought up the issues of income targeting and which employee you're trying to serve. All these this policy items can lead to lengthy discussion. I've worked with a lot of communities through this process, and they're all very important for you to consider as you go forward in adopting this fee. But again, the methodology for calculating the actual fee amount is distinct and can stand regardless of what you decide about these other issues. It's still applicable, even if you decide you wanted to totally redo the way that you assess commercial mitigation or residential mitigation. And you might even want to go to a program that requires production of the units, with the fee being an in lieu option as opposed to being an impact fee that then you can produce units in lieu of paying fee. There's lots of variations out there, but this market affordability gap methodology for the fee calculation can fit within whatever decisions you make on these other issues. So, with that, I'd like to thank you and hope you guys get a lot of snow tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Melanie.
Take care.
All right, bye. All right, so what we wanted to touch base with you on this, not to have you take specific action tonight with regard to ordinances or resolutions, but rather answer your questions and make sure that this approach is good to go, that we can go ahead then and start moving a little bit further down the road with regard to our guideline changes using this methodology. And I know the city is working on a couple linked changes in their land use code that are going to be brought up very soon in January. So what you, as Melanie said, you've got a variety of discussions that you can have inside this, but we think the methodology accommodates any of those adjustments you might want to make or you feel are justified. So,
I was just going to agree with you, Tom, that I think the methodology is very sound, but I do think we need to make a lengthy list of those policy, tweaking decisions of various things, plus also for the public a verification of each one of these assumptions that's made, whether it be for disclosure or whether it be for our discussion. We just bought 2 units down in Basalt. Neither one of them were $780,000, which is what this is saying is the average employee housing unit. Now, granted, that's Basalt, not up here in Aspen. So, but this is telling me that the market price per unit is $780,000. So, what was our buy-in for those units too? When we look at future revenues, I'm not sure that was $270,000 when you do the calculation on those units. Now, again, those are in Basalt, not in Aspen, but the public is really going to want to know, how we're calculating things and why each one of these assumptions is put into this calculation. So I think that needs to be worked out as well and discussed as a board, as well as what level of mitigation should be done. I mean, should we go from the $38,000 fully up to the $277,000, per employee mitigation? What are other factors involved there, taking us as a regional aspect that a bunch of our workforce doesn't live in this county. They live down in Carbondale or they live in Glenwood Springs. That's part of the discussion. And as Rachel was saying, kind of zoning, whether it's, Redstone. I'd also throw out the economic sustainability factor to this, as part of our strategic plan too. What does this do to the economy if all of a sudden it stops commercial growth at the ABC or Redstone or whatever because they can't afford to mitigate 100%, and it just doesn't make business sense for a business to move forward in that aspect. I think you can view the residential as different than that, but I think we do have to take into consideration that a good deal of our economic sustainability here within this county is some of the growth that we have, the builders, if that stops, what happens and how much will this stop it? And I don't know the answers to those questions, but I think they're things to consider when looking at this. But I do agree with you. The methodology is sound in terms of, logically stepping out what it cost to house someone here based on those various variables. So.
Yeah, I would say that Tom is premature. I mean, I agree with Rob. The methodology seems good, but I would, quite frankly, like to work through more scenarios on what it means for our community and how we'd approach it. And I'd also like to, retroactively go back to our housing that we've done, do that analysis, and see what the other pressures are in the community. Because I think there's downward pressures now. We don't need to add to those downward pressures. So we just need to work through scenarios before we endorse this entirely. This is a good presentation. Seems like a good method, but I want to see how it affects the county by examples. Jack and then John.
Yeah, obviously the operation of this is integral to it making it work and having community buy-in, or however you want to define that. John, I have a question, and it's conceptual. So, and could we, because Rob brought up something important as to different geographical areas of our community, the price of construction, everything is different. Could we create zones for this? as it were, potentially, without being called on the carpet for discrimination or something from Up Valley versus the Crystal? Or?
Here's how I would recommend going forward on that, and with the comments from Rob and Mike. Actually, all three of you really kind of takes us to the same place that I've always been. That we would never assume that the board was going to go to 100% on a new fee, simply because, well, of what you guys indicated with the strength of the market and the downward pressure on the economy trying to claw its way out of a recession. And that's just kind of what it is. Plus, there is a certain degree of sticker shock that you can't get away from. On the other hand, the assumption also is that we wouldn't be going too slow in revising our calculation. Otherwise, development on the fringe of the municipalities, particularly of Aspen, would be doing the ultimate forum shopping for development location, and such that there would necessarily be a detrimental effect to the community as a whole if we were too greatly out of step with what, say, the city of Aspen was doing. So I guess the comment I would want to make is that there's no such thing as a perfect beast. Our existing methodology is sound. It's completely defensible. It's simply cumbersome. And it was from the start out of step. And for a lot of different reasons. This methodology is easier to employ, and it's easier to keep current. It is just as defensible, I think, and just as sound. I think it'll just produce a better product just because it's more responsive to changes within the market. I would therefore advise that we don't tweak with the methodology so much. Rob, when you mentioned a lot of the different variables, perhaps taking a look at, well, are we looking at the appropriate actual value when we look at the county as a whole, as opposed to, say, Redstone or the Crystal or even up the Frying Pan. Are we looking at the appropriate administrative charge? It should be 2%, 3%, 5%. One of the goals I've had forever, leading to the work that Tom and Cindy are doing with working with the consultant on this, is to try to get us all, APCHA, the county, and the city, on the same page. When we're not on the same page, it just necessarily invites a challenge if the fee gets up too high, because somebody will simply say, well, the city does it this way, and they get that number, and you do it this. Somebody's wrong, Now, the legislation that authorizes us to do this doesn't require perfection. It just requires a reasonable basis, and that's certainly what we've got here. And whether or not it's dead-on accurate is not the legal litmus that we're held to. So therefore, what you really evolve into is a discussion of how much the percentage is that we want to mitigate. Right now it's 100%, but it's 100% of a very low figure, so it's very easy to do. You take 100% of, what was it, 277? That's a lot. That's a big jump. So if you're in a position of ratcheting it up, or going to a position where not necessarily ratcheting, but responding to what your own sense is in the community, taking a bunch of example developments, as Michael said, and try to figure, well, where would that put this development? Where would that put this kind of investment? How would this change a pro forma, and so et cetera, et cetera. And then adjust that percentage. And you can, in response, Jack, to your question particularly, yes, you could adjust that percentage based on where you are in the county. If the development that is generating the impact is located in the Crystal Valley, for example, we will require 50% mitigation. And if the development is in the Roaring Fork Valley, we'll require something higher, or some other number, whatever is appropriate. And the determination of that number is not anything that we have to be held to a scientific standard. It's really quite completely within your discretion. I mean, completely, based on any number of factors you might want to consider, including the economic strength and the ability of the current market conditions to absorb this type of a fee and still be able to generate the level of development that you think is appropriate. So I guess that would be my advice, to go forward with the methodology. I think it's a good one, and then try to come to grips with how we implement it. What kind of percentage do you feel comfortable with, and what kind of percentage where in the county do you feel comfortable?
Yes, Rob?
So it sounds like to me, John, that the most important thing of using this methodology is defensibility, because it kind of creates a standard across the board, and then we pick a percentage for various regions, which comes up with just an arbitrary number that has to have, for me to go to the voters, has to have, or the constituent, has to have some sort of basis behind that decision. I would also say that for us to say that this is defensible, and I wasn't necessarily saying we have to change all these. I think we have to disclose, some sort of basis, and if it ever became a defense situation, I would guess that you'd have to defend why 30% of the monthly, why 30% of someone's monthly income, why is 30% used? That's going to come up in. So I'm just saying that we need to disclose it, and through disclosing it, I think it warrants a discussion. I do agree that the methodology should be the same. It makes sense what you're saying for defensible reasons, that it should be the same, and for balance reasons, especially in those fringe areas. All of a sudden the ABC becomes the commercial area because there's a smaller mitigation fee or something like that, and people, it's the Walmart thing or whatever. Now we've got the larger grocery store potentially out there, so maybe the grocery store here doesn't grow when the population grows, and it grows out there. I agree. I'm not sure that we need to beat up all these things, but we do need to have some sort of basis for disclosure to say this was our thought process behind this number, 900 square feet, the average market price for a unit, $780,000. I mean, where do these numbers come from, and are we looking at them and then it becomes tricky with the various regions. Are we looking at them particular for those various regions? But you're right, we can change the percentage number. I don't know if that complicates things, but I mean, kind of along the line with Michael, we need more discussion in some of these things to fully understand. It's very complex, but I totally understand the reasoning behind the methodology.
With regard to some of the figures that we settled on as a committee, there was some discussion about the appropriateness of each one of those.
Yeah.
And they are based on our research. And so there is backup to each one of those. And most of that's in the report, but there are additional work pieces that are not here that will shed more light on those discussions and how we got there. So the things that are used as the basis, particularly on that worksheet number 19, those things you see listed here, we had as staff discussions about each one of those and their applicability. And so we recommended them because we do feel comfortable with the work and the analysis that went behind them. And certainly we could provide that and we could elaborate on it if it was thought to be necessary.
George?
So my question is, what we're really talking about in this market gap is in lieu of providing housing or in lieu of purchasing a buy-down. Is that correct? I mean, how would
Not
we...
quite.
Because those are some things we offer now, so, we give them 2 or 3 different options.
We already offer, within the construct of the code, different methodologies to meet your obligation. However, the different methodologies cannot require you to pay more than what the underlying fee would be. If you're building, if you're rehabbing, if you're deed restricting, whatever. The reason I wouldn't characterize it so much as a fee in lieu is because the primary obligation is to pay the fee. The board has the discretion to allow something else to occur in lieu of paying the fees, as opposed to the other way around. Build the housing that's required, or if you can't, in lieu of that, we'll accept the fee. That way, and the reason it was done that direction back in 2004 is that we are the county. We're not an urban area necessarily. So if somebody's building a large house in Snowmass Creek, you might not want to see 5 units built out there for affordable housing. It just might not be what you want. If they're offering to buy down a certain number of units and deed restricted, they might not be of the quality that you want. And so the point of origination of the imposition of the fee or of the mitigation for the development is the fee. And then if the developer has a different alternative, they can pitch it, and then the board has discretion as to whether or not to accept it.
Yeah. So what that gives us, it gives us that flexibility as well in terms of when we come up with that number, well, this is a number, but here's some other options to consider.
And I think the way it was characterized by John Worcester, I'm paraphrasing, but, with regard to impact fees mitigation of one sort or another, his point of view, and he reiterated this on any number of occasions, was it is better to have more choices. So if a developer or redeveloper is coming to you and they're proposing something, having more choices for them to consider is better than having fewer. And our mitigation fee, or in the city's case, the in lieu fee, were too low. And so in the city's case, it wasn't used very often because it was thought to be so low that it was too much of a disservice. So it was kind of de facto taken off the table in most transactions, used more often than not to clean up fractions of leftover mitigation. And so this is a methodology that gives you another option, and the option is a credible option.
Yes, Rob. How does this compare to those the city program that they have, the transferable units that were done by a private development? What's the price of those now? Not $130,000?
Credits?
The credits, yeah.
He's waiting for the city to adopt the new methodology that we're proposing to set his price. And
well, it came in front of us with a land use application for something recently, and
I can.
Didn't it come up in front of us? Am I wrong?
I would suspect that whatever fee in lieu is adopted, whichever one's adopted by the city that applies to the units he produces, he'll price them just a little bit lower. I think that's what you could expect to be the result. But he is very much interested in the results of this study and for the city and the county to set their fees.
We had it pitched to us, Rob. It was a while back, but we don't have a credit system within the county, and we weren't.
But it was pitched to meet the mitigation, and we ended up getting the cash, which was more than what he was charging for one unit. I think we ended up getting $140,000, and he was asking $130,000 to the developer to buy 2 of those or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but we still don't have a system within the county to deal with a credit type of a scenario.
But it was far less than the 277 is partially my point in terms of verifying these numbers to the public.
Well, and as Tom said, the value of those credits is soon to be set.
Yeah.
So it's going up. So the person sitting in those credits isn't going to sell it now. It'd be, what's the point? So they'll wait until the levels are established and then.
Yes, John.
And I know this is a first run at it, and I agree certainly that the board will go and have much more to do as far as direction, policy, and all that. John, I wondered, how does the 5750 work? I mean, I can understand 99 or 2000 when that was implemented, with the code changes, how it fit then and the methodology that where we got, it takes X amount for the average home and a garage and a whatever. How does that play in this? Is that just one of the other variables?
It's one of the other variables that the board can consider changing. Quite frankly, it was my anticipation that we probably wouldn't be changing a lot of our existing methodology. We would simply be changing the coefficient, which is what the study stands behind. In other words, what does it mean? That doesn't mean 39 and plus or minus, and it means something closer to 277 plus or minus, and so that then changes the driver. The study, the previous deal, the county imposed a higher fee, but it really was quite ad hoc and therefore was not defensible by a lot of different reasons. But it was only imposed on subdivision events, so PUD events. It wasn't imposed across the board as it is now. And so because of that, as Tom mentioned, the defensibility being a primary concern, at least for me, was that we start within a new study and try to come up with at least a sound methodology, which is what was done in 2000 at the time of the countywide moratorium. By the time we got out of that moratorium, the board was not comfortable in going forward with an impact fee at that time, and so it essentially sat there until 2004 when we did enact it. And when it was enacted, the path of the path of doing so was to incorporate a lot of things otherwise that had been built into the code, like the number 5750. And that dovetailed into the study that we had in hand, which showed that there was a logarithmic increase of the number of employees generated as the house size increased, but it didn't really start to take off until around that size. And because that number was part of the code lexicon, we ended up by going with it.
Yeah. Good, thank you.
Okay. Do you want to continue this discussion? Or have more discussion at a later date? More discussion at a later date.
Can I ask one more question, Michael, before? It's just a quick one.
Yeah, sure.
I think this is a pretty significant change to something major in our code stuff. What sort of outreach, or have we had anybody like John McBride weigh in on this? Or, I think it'd be important to, like our airport master plan, to have some public input to this. I mean, obviously it's a notice session today, but as most of our meetings, there aren't a lot of public out there. But I think,
well, I think from my point of view, that was exactly what I was talking about, which is that we need more discussion, and part of that is community discussion.
Is an outreach of some sort.
We did not incorporate members of the community into developing the research and the RFP and everything that we presented today. I would think that the development community, the realization that they're losing a very, very, very good deal would probably generate some response on their part.
Yeah, but listening to their rational thought is an important aspect to that.
And their rational thought.
Yeah. Well.
Chris, you had a comment?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chris. We started early because we finished early, and so.
More power to you. I'm with the City of Aspen, and representing the Community Development Department position on this. We're actually really enthusiastic about this methodology. I think it's a vast improvement to the city system. Probably not as secure in our position, if you will, with our current methodology as the county may be. We do think that there's significant advantage in having a methodology that is very simple for APSHA to update from year to year. We do think that this is a very solid methodology. We've sat through all these discussions about the numbers of, should we assume this, assume that, and so on, and feel good about those assumptions. We do see it as, in a sense, a market value of the deed restriction itself, which changes, right? The difference between what the unit would cost, or what's its market value versus what is its deed restricted value, and that changes as the strength of the economy improves or declines from time to time. But we see that as there's an advantage to understanding what the value of that deed restriction would be in case someone's not providing the deed restriction, they're providing the community with the same level of value. And so we see an advantage there. We also, and this is something that we emphasize with City Council, encourage you to kind of separate the two discussions. One is this discussion on the methodology of understanding the market gap. And there's some assumptions that you have to make in there, and you have to be comfortable with those assumptions. Whether or not we use 900 square feet as a typical unit that APSHA would go out and purchase if they were in that role, et cetera, and some other things about 30% and blah, blah, We see that primarily as the ability to defend the methodology, and it's more of a scientific or a technical kind of construct. The second discussion, and what we encourage City Council on, where you might want to focus your energy, is on your policy discussion. How much of that should you charge towards development? And that's a policy discussion that you have according to the tolerance that your community might have for various different changes to the fee structure. So if you want to mimic your current fee structure, it might result in a certain percentage. If you want to have a slight increase or a decrease or charge full fare, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's much more appropriate place for you all to spend your energy. Let the methodology be the methodology, as long as technically and scientifically it holds up and the assumptions are reasonable, rational discussions, or reasonable, rational assumptions. And then you have your discussion about, well, if it's $35,000 now, and we want it to be exactly $35,000 in as many circumstances as we can do, that means we're going to charge 23%. That's great. Charge 23%. It's much, I think, clearer and more transparent for people to understand that there's a separation between the methodology and the
rational and the irrational?
The rational and the discussion, the policy discussion about what your community can tolerate and is appropriate for your constituency and your development situation. As opposed to, and I think some jurisdictions will fall into this trap of, we want to tell people it's 100%, so go back and do weird stuff in the math to make the numbers work out so that we can say, oh, don't worry, we have a low rate, and don't worry, we charge 100%. I think that it mixes those two, and it probably puts everyone in a more precarious position in terms of trying to justify the assumptions that are the baseline to the mathematics. So again, we support the methodology. We're going through a very similar sticker shock discussion on the city side about how much of this should we pass forward to development, what's that appropriate number. We're not yet resolved on that, but we're seemingly confident about the methodology.
Yes, George.
Kenny and Chris, based on one of Rob's comments, I mean, how much outreach is the city going to do, if any? And
well, we've purposely delayed some code changes that are associated with this, which relate to the percentage of this number that should be charged. So we've had one public hearing where I've explained that to City Council. Like a lot of things I'm sure you're familiar with, it's not really until there's a newspaper article or some sort of sticker shock while you're at the desk in the building department that you realize, okay, well, I should engage in this discussion that happened 6 months ago or whatever. So it's been somewhat minimal, and it is a concern of mine that people would be surprised and not fully engaged and have the ability to participate in that discussion of how much should be charged. So it's maybe similar to what I've felt here.
Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, I appreciate you taking the time to be here and the broader conversation that we've all had. I think that it's going to be really important that as that outreach occurs, for preparation for public hearing, that there's some case made on the side of affordable housing and its beneficial purposes within our community, as opposed to just one big long discussion about fees and costs, because it's just, I've been at the table in one form or another, Jack as well, others for a long time, and you know what it's like to go through the various market swings, and it's just, maybe it's not as conceivable to people now that 10 years from now, the Mid-Valley will not be the safety valve, affordable housing. You can still buy into the free market place that it is today. All of those prices were based on an assumption of a nice 4.5% interest rate, which many of us remember when they were back at 9% or up at 12% or things like that, which would radically change whether anyone could afford to buy one of these units on our salaries. And so I just want to be really clear that we need to, because this is a big public outreach, I truly believe that, but the case has to be made on both sides. Otherwise, it just sounds like, hey, here's some fees and here's how we can justify them and blah, blah. And on the other hand, what has been the benefit of having those 2,800 units? What has it been to every employer in town? You know, how many of our jobs through the demographic research we've done fall into category 2 and 3? You know, I think that we need to make sure that that is a very balanced presentation, and the purposes for which we're even considering such a change are made clear.
I just echo that. You know, our conversation around fees is usually how do you want to split this? Because it adds up to 100%. If there is an impact, and we know what the cost of addressing that impact is with relative certainty, then it's a conversation of who pays for that in the community. Because it's paid for at 100%. It's either paid for through the general fund, which is a general, you know, applies to everyone, or by a developer or some sort of split. So it's you know, if you charge 30%, there's a 70 that you need to match that with to actually do something about that impact. And that's for all impacts, whether it's transportation or development services, costs, you know, I mean, anything. So good point. It's about a split, not just a fee.
Do you want to adjourn?
Mike, I got one thing for you real quick.
Tom, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Just passing around, on your agenda tomorrow is certification of mill levies. You'll notice that was not attached to your packet. That is because jurisdictions do not have to submit their mill levies till December 15th, which fell on a Friday, so we got them yesterday and compiled the packet materials. We have to have them certified by December 22nd, tomorrow being our last meeting. That's why you're getting them now.
Great. Read them tonight.
Thank you.
There.
Well, that's why we didn't have a special meeting.
So, we adjourn? Yes? Yes.